Hey there, everybody. Whoa, here we are. Check it out, we got a cool overlay. I'll be hopefully adding some things to the list, but we are going to be doing a very important test today. I'm going to be kicking it off with a YouTube video. Stove here early on in the day. You always hear when I sign in this time of the day. So you need a level 2 sack chambers? Well, we're doing a test. I need to test it currently with it set as it is, and then later on I'll level them up. I'm gonna level most of them up anyway. How many of these do I got again? 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Yeah. Thing at right here. Yeah. Alright. Guys, it's gonna be a YouTube video. Hope you hear me loud and clear. I'll make sure everything is up and functioning. I mean, until further notice, I've only been running level 2, but it's past time I figured this out. Yokari, I'm not exactly sure. I have a video talking about building this temple. It starts from the left-hand side. The sack chamber is one of the very last rooms that's thrown down on that setup. Because if you start it from the opposite end, you can close the loop later. And that way you have the freedom to use the sack chamber all throughout the construction process. Yeah, feel free to chat. But we'll be doing a YouTube video starting now. Hey guys, what's up? Snoo here. Welcome to what is probably going to be the most important video that I make all League. We're going to be testing the Tier 2 Alchemy Labs versus Tier 3 Alchemy Labs in the Temple. And we're going to see what happens to the drops when we do a nice sample size of each. If you're in the know, if you know a lot about the Temple, you know exactly why I'm doing this. But there are many of you who probably don't, so allow me to explain real quick why we're doing this test. You can see here, Tier 2 Alchemy Lab offers 30% increased rarity of items dropped by monsters. When upgraded to Tier 3, it doubles that number, which has a profoundly good impact on loot, but it also introduces increased gold dropped by monsters. Now, many of you are already aware of Local Knowledge Atlas Notable. All throughout 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 in maps, if you had this allocated and you were running on a swamp or water biome, it increased your currency drops pretty profoundly because rarity had, in this game, unlike in pt1, rarity increases your currency drops. It converts a lot more of your items into currency. And so if you have an increased chance to drop basic currency, that had a great impact on it. However, in the very beginning, we didn't realize that it didn't just leave your currency drops unchanged if you're running different biomes, like if you're running, mountain biome for gold or forest biome or whatever. It actually had a detrimental impact on your currency drops. It was a net negative if you were running the wrong biome. And so very quickly we identified there's a weighting system in the drop pool, which is like PoE1. And so a monster drops X number of items. It can only drop X number of items aside from, increased quantity of item drops, multipliers. It will decide based on weighting system what it's dropping and how much of each thing. So if you increase the weighting of one thing, it's going to naturally decrease the weighting of other things. So this is applied in many aspects, including waystone modifiers, which no longer exist, including the cleanse map multipliers for gold. If you get like gold or currency, it's a cleanse map multiplier, which does still exist. And it presumably also counts for this kind of thing. Now you can't see it on here because I don't have a tier level 3 Alchemy Lab yet. I first need to do this test with nothing but Tier 2 Alchemy Labs. We're going to find out how many Divine Orbs drop, how many, you can see the overlay there. I'll drop several Vertex helmets, probably a couple of Headhunters, maybe a lock. We'll track other things like Perfect Chaos, Perfect Exalts, a lot of the rare tier, even greater Exalts. And we're going to find out what happens, especially those currency drops, when we run 20 total temples completely done with this exact layout, a finished temple with everything upgraded other than Alchemy Lab. And then we'll upgrade the Alchemy Labs and then do the same test. And we're going to track and compare and contrast all the different drops, the major drops that really matter. Of course, if I drop a Mirror Calandra in either test, I guess that invariably means that that way is better, right? No, not really, but yeah, we'll just throw that one out. Of course, what matters the most probably here is Divine Orb count. Alright, let's see. I'll make sure I got everything. Oh, that's about it for an intro, I think. Thank you for the Mobalytics guide. You're the best. Alright, you're welcome. Oh, yeah. Now, there will be a lot of links in the description of the video. There will be links to the live streams. We're live streaming this, and so you can watch the whole uncut VODs if you want. We now have a Mobalytics guide up for the build that you're going to see in action here, so that's nice. Finally got that up and running. And then there will be several other links, too, that is usually there, like Loot Filter, other things like that, Discord. And so feel free to use those resources if you'd like. We're going to get started here. I have a lot of locked medallions, and I'm going to leave this room blank. This is a third link in the snake, which usually would have a Golem Works here. Normally, I would just throw this medallion here right now. I'm not going to do that because it's a lot harder to sustain 3 rather than 2. And in the event that I can't even sustain 2 because I get really bad lock RNG, we'll put the test on hold because I will only count temples that have this exact precise layout. Again, Tier 2 Alchemy Labs versus Tier 3 otherwise. So right now I need to lock these 2 rooms. These are the end of 2 snakes. And it tells me to place a room, but now I can just hit Control, not place room, run temple. And I'll be using dump tabs, probably 23, 24 here for one test, 25, 26 for the other test. And we'll try and make things nice and pretty for you at the end. Fast forward to the results and the timestamp if you want, although I don't know exactly if I'm going to put highlights in here or to what extent I'm going to do that. We're kicking things off here. Test number 1, temple number 1, Tier 2 Alch Labs. Let's go. Oh, question in the chat. Good question. Am I using Waystone modifiers? Yeah, I thought about not doing that, but I think 20 is a big enough sample size. It'll be okay to do that. It will throw some variability in here. And this number here, this 83% increased rarity of items found in the area, that's higher than average, and that does positively impact the drops. I'm going to go on a limb and assume that that number is going to be pretty regulated across 20 different temples, and we'll go ahead and let that ride out. I will naturally pick up the medallions when I have the Waystone modifier, and I'll try to keep that maxed out. Usually it's pretty easy to do that. I typically see 1 or more of those every single time. What's the name of the third buff you have? The third buff in your tab? This is Headhunter. They changed the icon of it. It used to look different. Now it looks this way. I don't know. This is the old school icon that we had. And it's the one that currently exists in PoE 1.
You have made a great
One before that? Oh, that was aspect of the rite of passage buff. This one right here. Don't want to check something to make sure that I have a 100% crit chance on Twister. Yeah. I never want to go below 100% crit chance on full buffs. So if I have that aspect of the cat up and I've stolen like all the Headhunter buffs, I have a 100% crit chance. I wonder how much over cap I am. That's just for Twister though. Whereas Spark is like 70%, I think. 75%. That's nice. That makes the critical weakness valuable then. Presumably. map's gonna drop a lot of divines. Last night I had a map that dropped, or I had a temple that dropped exactly 100 divine orbs. 100 divine orbs. It did have the tier 3, second tier 3 goblins. Unicorn's lock on the first one. Okay. Well, we are off to a good start. I mean, I barely started the first temple run. It's like my second Legion barracks in total here. Wow. The second lock of the league. We're gonna get that mirror. We got a lot of time left. We're definitely gonna get more than one. Maybe in the same map. I should probably start small and drop 2 locks in one temple though. You dropped 3 locks today? Dang, dude. I don't play enough. I barely do like 10 temples a day now. I realize that like today we're gonna do 20, probably, but I only did like 10 temples yesterday. But still make like 1,500 divines doing that. Just in 10 temples or something. Got a new toy here. Most recent edition. +3 level spark skills. Currently rocking level 36 spark. Shit does damage, man. I'm actually not 100% sure it's wise for me to do this though, because it makes it cost so much freaking mana. And like, if I can't cast spark because I run out of mana, then having the extra levels for more cost doesn't really matter much. But I think it's probably worth it. The question is it worth it more than a Megalomaniac, which is actually really powerful. I do have a really good Megalomaniac option, but I can't wear it now. You see my mana go crazy. Getting close to finishing your temple? Oh, which layout are you doing? You doing my layout or are you doing something else? It is a slog. I do wish I hadn't bricked mine. Could have been in, could have got the, you know, faster jump on doing this whole thing. Yeah, well, yeah, it's definitely a hard layout, but, you know, it's just so good. It was worth it for me. It's not hard to hold. I don't think, especially if I'm disciplined and always hold back on using the locks, based on the system of what I'm doing, I would have to go 3, or no, not 3. I would actually have to go 4 temples in a row without a single lock in order to brick my corruption chamber chain. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of late. I wasn't sure if people would be vying for this layout or not in the end. Glad to see you guys taking it serious. Then you can report in on how many locks and mirrors you're dropping. I mean, to me, I gotta play most of this league. We're definitely gonna drop more loot than we will next league. And it won't even be close, I'm sure. Unless, like, the next league mechanic is insane, but it's not usually how it goes. Oh my god, what? How'd I get put here? Look at that. Oh god, that's actually really bad. I'll probably be fine. I am weaker now than I was before at the start because I've sacrificed crit chance, so I don't even crit properly at the start. Because I made it so my crit chances capped while fully buffed. So I can actually have a bit of a hard time ramping up from nothing in this build now. But it's probably worth it because, I mean, I typically rarely ever die. Is Calandra's Touch at tier 0? It is, right? I don't even know if, like, Calandra's Touch and some of the other... Is that allowed in here? Okay. What about your temple? Makes it... Oh no, I haven't had limbs forever. I'll probably never have limbs again. I don't want to, like... I don't want to feel compelled to have to get so much defense. I don't want to worry about dying really bad. The temple... If you lost your temple on death, that would totally change the equation on this. But because it doesn't even matter, you have no penalty on death in the temple, really, other than a little bit of time wasted. It's just much smarter to give up the limbs, and then like build your character more you know, like glassy, more damage. Corruption chamber. We haven't even got a lock this run yet. I was floating a few extras though. I only need to get 2 per run. Yeah. We're gonna be testing. First, I'm gonna do 20 temples with tier 2. This is tier 2 right now. Starting off super hot. I already dropped a lock in the very beginning of the first temple. Oh, yeah. They're so proud of the limbs. That's true. I was. Every spy master failed me this run. Alright, see if we can get locks the hard way. So I think Wrathpits is tier 1, but like Calandra's Touch and Headhunter are tier, and probably even... Or Headhunter and Calandra's Touch should be tier 0. I think. Vertex is probably tier 1.
You have made a great mistake.
I had my first quad Divine Orb drop yesterday. One monster dropped 4 Divine Orbs. And an Orb of Annulment too. Same, could have been 5. Homebrew Warrior? Oh man. Yikes. Damage. I mean, in a way, Warrior's probably good because it's kind of safe. It's harder to build a Warrior into a really powerful character. But like, it'll always have a certain amount of tankiness, generally, the way you build it. A certain amount of survivability. Whereas like glass cannon characters might be more precarious to homebrew, but you know, if you follow a guide on one of them, they can be super high performing. I mean, it's like it's always been, you know. Melee in general is kind of bad. I mean, just because you play Warrior doesn't automatically mean you're playing melee, but just kind of going by the archetype. We are blazing through this temple. Yo. Wonder if I'll ever reach level 40 Spark. Taking a lot of damage on this one now. Fairly new, only 200 hours in. Oh, dude, that's... Do you have other ARPG experiences?
You reek of stupidity.
I mean, PoE2 is, you know, I guess technically more new player friendly than PoE1, but still a pretty rough one to start with. Unless you know the ARPG genre really well. But it's not so bad. If you're watching this, don't know what the hell is going on, just take it on face value. This is the highest level of gameplay in the game right now. This is what an absolute top-end character can look like doing top-end content.
My queen! Behold her form.
I'm getting a lot of room medallions that I don't need. Speed of your character almost reminds me of PoE1 zooming. Almost. Almost, he says. What did I pick up in the last room? I don't know. What? I just dropped a mirror. Just joined the stream. Your good luck, sir. Okay, nice, dude. I hope maybe I'll get one today too. Still waiting on my first. Somebody in our Discord dropped a mirror today as well. I do want to buy the high version of this, which is like several mirrors. I have a reason for farming. It's like 3 or 4 mirrors, I think. Like the 1500 ES, that's Siri body armor. Hey, Vertex, nice. I guess Vertex is the highest value uncorrupted unique now. Global drop unique. Worth way more than Headhunter even. Crazy. If I upgraded my armor early on my temple and they're level 2, I cannot use upgrade medallions on them. Well, you of course you can use upgrade medallions on them. Unless they're like, I mean, only if they're connected between thaumaturges and with no armory. As long as they're connected to at least an armory, you can upgrade them to 3. You can't downgrade them if that's your question. Headhunter doesn't give +4 to skills. I mean, yeah, like I would say it gives a little more power than +4 to skills, but sure. Sure, yeah. Well, they shouldn't be level 1. You have alchemy labs that aren't even connected to armories, I guess. So they're in between two thaumaturges? It's the only explanation for that. The alchemy lab is automatically upgraded by an armory. Next to an armory. So yes, you can use the medallion to level it up 1. Like every single alchemy lab that I have is connected to an armory. There. Now, I wouldn't have built a temple with alch labs between two thaumaturges because thaumaturge isn't like so valuable that you want to like scale them. They're crazy.
You have made a grave mistake.
Yeah, well, armory between Viper rooms also is inferior because the armory gets upgraded by the alchemy labs. Or wait, sorry, I was mistaken. I see, I was mistaken. Alchemy labs get upgraded by thaumaturges, not armories. So it's not particularly great to put alch labs in between two armories. Although you kind of have to if you're trying to do like the special Golem Works chain. You have to go like Golem Works Smithy, Armory, Alch Lab, Armory, Golem Works Smithy. I can't remember exactly how I set up the Ethical Temple version. Hopefully I didn't do that. The only rooms that I have that cannot be upgraded to level 3 are thaumaturges. Because GGG should have made thaumaturge upgradable by not only Sacrificial Chamber but also Corruption Chambers.
You reek of stupidity. No consequence.
But we can't have nice things. Alright, first temple done. Zero locks. Awesome. Or garrison.
Speak.
And oops. Yo. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 66.
How can I help? Until next
Yeah,
time.
dropped a lock. First run. Crazy. 166. 1. All right. Hopefully get some locks this time. Of course, I mean Hina Core's lock. But you know, I also mean the
No matter the path.
destabilization lock. Yeah, I'm gonna make a video. Yep, I'm 100% gonna make it. This is like the most important, opportune video that I'll make all League, probably, in terms of like actual value to the community.
You have made a great mistake. The mighty fall. Solar rage.
New public, the new item build type exclamation point mobilytics. There's a new guide up. Still work in progress. Some integrations not quite working, like the jewels. Val corrupted uniques. But for the most part, it's good. It's got the variants, it's got the loadouts. Looking nice. Damn, scored high again, 83. Wow, we got a lock in the sacrificial chamber. Hell, I might make that a highlight.
Another medallion.
Lucky. I feel like 66 divine orbs is kind of low. What I got last map, considering I had like 80 something percent. Even without the extra golem works, it's kind of low. 275. Wait, 1275. Jesus Christ, it's like the equivalent of 1725. That's pretty high. On the opposite end. The amount of tinks you get in my game is combined is driving me crazy. Okay, so you are getting a lot of tinks then. Would you prefer that I say yippee? Yippee!
Misguided fool.
The vows of many
I would have no voice after today if I did that. First Spy Master, second lock. It do be like that. 0 locks dry on a temple, and then suddenly you can drop like 5 of them in the next temple. Freaking game. Dude, this build slaps so hard. What the hell? I am so glad that I have a really... I'm so glad that I'm so good at making builds. Always make a crazy fun build. I really have to credit GGG with making this awesome skill though. Whirling slash twister. It doesn't matter how you build it, it's fun as hell. Fun as hell. Most underrated skill in the game. Yeah, this is Spark. No, it really is. This is like cast on, ailment, cast on, crit Spark as well. I'm doing Twister and Spark at the same time. In fact, I'm prioritizing Spark. This is basically a spell damage build at this point. A Twister still does some damage, but I'm definitely doing more Spark damage than I'm Twister damage now.
Back to the sword.
Spark is level 36. Reroll room card. I don't need that. Even Elemental Expression does a lot of damage. That thing's level 31. I got level 31 Elemental Expression that spams off of Whirling Slash. It actually does contribute to damage. Oh, this guy just standing here. Okay.
Perhaps not at the side.
A lot of perfect chaos orbs.
The vow of many onslaughts.
My FPS. How expensive is this build? Well, it starts off at a humble, like, 1 divine.
The vow.
At this point, I've gotten over a mirror into it, I think. I just bought a 3,000 div plus 3 spark jewel. Which, I mean, that's paying a lot of currency for a pretty small benefit, really. But that's where I'm at. Triple divine. Yo. Yo.
Misguided fool.
That's alright, the rich keep getting richer anyway.
Your talent.
The mighty.
Bro. I need locks, not room reroll cards.
The vow of many onslaughts. You shall fall.
Yeah, I closed most of my Chrome tabs to try and help out. As long as I get several divines from each room. Fine, we'll let my PC blow up for that. Character blew up. My character blew up instead.
Rage of the violent.
Oh my goodness.
Mighty fool.
Oh, scary. Losing my huge double life leech roll put me in for a bit of a hurt. Oh, I forgot to mention my player rarity. I have 172% player rarity now.
Many onslaughts.
Got the lock. Yeah, I definitely got more. I noticed a pretty decent uptick in drops. Because I went from like 112 to 172 all at once. Oh my god, a bonus lock. What? Wow, we're one away from maximum sustain. I got 4 locks this this temple. Oh yeah. 0 last one, 4 this one.
The mighty fall. You reek of stupidity.
Gonna keep trying to kill the architect, put him in the right place, but I won't go to the right spot, even though I built over 30. Over 30 rooms. I mean, if it's like one snake chain, yeah, you can lock it down and then kill him and it won't move. There might be a possibility of him respawning into your chain, though, and making it, like, if he spawned in the corner or something, could put everything at risk after the fact. There might be, like, a really small chance it would ultimately brick your temple. If you spawn in a really awful place, but... generally speaking, he's going to spawn where he doesn't connect to a thing. Or if he does, it's only on one angle.
Fury of the Val. Go mana.
Yup.
Misguided fool. Need more mana. Do not spare. Face me. Need more mana. Meet the tree.
Can I send a link for this build on Twitch? Type exclamation mobilytics. Oh shit, I'm in the wrong place.
It's me.
Whoops. Abandoned ship.
Place in perpetual motion.
I went in the wrong room.
Do not. I feel no pain.
I quite often have the extra rarity from the rite of passage too.
Do not spare. Pain. Face me. No mana.
Me. Ah, it's so dumb. Oh great, I lost the temple. Alright, we can't count that one. Can't count it because the architect despawned. It's not a full temple run. I'm only comparing full temple runs. So I'll just dump all this loot, not in the dump tab. But because I entered the architect room, it just counts as having engaged with them. It respawns, and now it respawns the whole temple with, you know, everything completed, which is, of course, is stupid.
Hello there.
A waste, man. That was a really high rarity run, too. Oh well. Lower, 38%. Oh my god. I got slapped.
You reek of stupidity!
The dying can actually brick my temple if I accidentally walk in the architect's room. Yeah.
You are too slow! You reek of stupidity! The mighty fall!
We're up the Valve Cultivator. I'm not blowing a Valve Cultivator on most things. Can the architect move after you've killed? He's already stuck in the temple. I mean, I assume he would respawn in the exact same place, but I don't want to take a chance. Like, I don't want to risk that.
Perhaps you will. That is that.
Bro's hiding in the corner.
The vow of many arms.
Not a headhunter. Dude, the headhunter is worth like, what, like 5 or 6 div now? It's so bad. Imagine complaining about this economy while having access to a 5 divine headhunter. Daisy. You drop 1 Omen of Light, you can buy like 6 headhunters. Well, first time seeing your build in action. Love you guys. Keep up the good work. Hey Spence, thanks for the shout out there. Yeah, we're in full juice territory now. Max juicers. On the juiciest PoE2 league so far, and maybe for a long time. Gotta get in on the action while it lasts. Really don't understand the second wind stuff since Temple is the same that league. I mean, the only reason second wind was so popular is because people wanted a fresh economy. But sure, I mean, imagine you're somebody who hasn't built a really nice temple, and then you have to contend with the fact that a lot of people have one that's already built and they're farming tons of currency, and then what are you gonna do? Sit there and like slog through it after the fact? No, you know, with every single passing temple you do trying to build it, you just get more and more pissed off at the fact that it's not done yet and you're not farming the currency yet. I mean, that's the big reason why a lot of people were all about the new league. So they feel like they had a fair restart with a fresh economy. I mean, some people might have thought that the economy would be more tempered, maybe, because of the nerfs that have taken place at Temple, but I mean, it's still dropping an extreme amount of currency in the Temple, so, you know, it's going to be runaway of inflation now, or before or now, after the fact. I mean, I'm guessing the Temple's still dropping at least half as much loot as it was before. If you had like a fully optimized Temple before hotfix 13 versus a fully optimized Temple after, I'm sure it's still dropping. Because I mean, I'm able to drop 100 divines in one run now. That's like top end, and I think like 200 divines in one run was like top end, you know, for a solo player before the hotfix. You've done the tech and then the armory and garrison didn't disappear. What, you mean you got like Spy Master locked down? Well, with your first couple of Spy Masters, usually you gotta get lucky on that because you don't gotta have locks, or you most definitely don't spend. You should not blow your first few garrison medallions on nothing. You definitely want to hold that back. Your first few garrison medallions should be used to place behind a Spy Master when you put your first Spy Master down. You want to save those. That way you don't have to use locks that you don't have access to, really. I mean, if you have an unprotected Spy Master and you're not no locks, and it's gonna die off. Like, that's just what's gonna happen. Four Spy Master medallions? Well, then you're lucky, I get to have so many. Hello, Snib Snab Snoo. Alright, we got our staying above water 2 lock medallions in 1 temple. I don't know what you're asking, man. Yes, you should always put the garrison behind the Spy Master so you don't have to lock it. Unless you're trying to deliberately use that Spy Master, vulnerable Spy Master, to level another Spy Master. Which means you start the temple with it vulnerable, then lock it after you've opened it. So you save it and then level up. But generally speaking, that's not smart to do. You should just protect it. I don't know exactly what you're asking, especially without seeing the layout. Love the pod with Try. Tosui says, hey, thanks, dude. Yeah, I felt like that was easily my best podcast as a guest. I mean, it was easy to be good because I was in high spirits. I was happy. I just finished my temple layout, and you know, I knew this is a league that I will very much enjoy as a juicer. The last time I did podcast with him, I'd just been hacked. I mean, a little bit different. I prefer to talk about positive things. Tier 2 Alch Labs might be better than Tier 3 because they don't offer gold. Alright, do not go to the Architect's Chamber. The Tier 3 Alch Lab has even more of a rarity number, which is good, but it also introduces Gold Find, which is generally bad. So we don't really know what the ramifications of that are. In the grand scheme of things, that's why I'm doing this test. Gold Find is typically a bad stat to have because it increases the weighting of the currency conversions into gold away from currency or otherwise loot. We've known this for a very long time. So unless it was like specifically changed this league and or the rarity number being higher more than offsets the gold number introduced. Unless one of those is the case, then you're going to want to keep it Tier 2 Alch Labs. With 170% player rarity, I'm averaging, if I have the Tier 3 Golem Works here, and I get a halfway decent spawn on rarity, area rarity, like 60% or more, I'm averaging like 80 to 90 Divine Orbs per temple. And I haven't ran all that many temples yet. My high number is 100. Exactly 100 Divine Orbs dropped in one temple. As I understand it, for a solo player, that's pushing the limit of what you can get. And that's comparing to people who have like Tier 3 rooms. Did I see Try's latest video about the golden age of PoE? Nah, maybe I did. Was it very recently or like a week or two ago? Talkative Try does not think this league is shit in the end. I just had a podcast with him the other day. He did at first, but it was, I guess it was just like petty selfish reason. And bad RNG on loot. Trying to play SSF or something. Maybe didn't like the druid quite as much as he hoped. I know he came into like the druid class with like super high expectations. Bad RNG equal bad league. No. Bro. It's less recovery shit. Why less recovery? Wait, what? Oh, okay, I'm in a good place. Let's make dying even less painful. If we actually can just respawn in the previous room. How many chaos balls are chasing me? What the hell killed me there? Man, maybe I am gonna have to put some more defense into the build. Like, why am I not leeching anything? What? Sweet. 3%. Oh my god, the ground effects, dude. 3% life leech combined with... Christ, man. I'm gonna have to... Wait, they can't enter? Oh, this is actually really bad. I kind of screwed myself. I've definitely cut a lot of corners on defenses recently. I might have to bring some of that defense back in. I really don't want to have to though, because that's gonna make me drop rarity. I basically sacrificed defense for rarity recently. Oh my god, I don't want to have to lose rarity for defense. It's bad. So bad. In other news, I'm at max lock count now. Woot. Room should upgrade first with upgrade medallions. Spy Masters, if you have any. You still need it. Your Viper Loyals into Legion Barracks is probably number 2 on the list. The one in between. What filter am I using? I'm using my own filter. Divine Strict. Type exclamation filter and have it for yourself. If you want.
made a grave mistake.
How small the arena is here. I'm surprised these architect orbs are worth so much. I get 7 of them in a temple, and they're worth like almost a divine apiece.
Furious energies.
Does this build cost a liver? Not like a Temporalis build, no. It's not build enabled by a multi-mirror tier item. No, it starts off like costing basically nothing and then build up to it. I do have like a mirror invested into this one though, at this point. Oh, I'm not done yet.
You have made a grave mistake. No consequence. Back to the soil.
Might be an MVP build though. Might be. I could anoint Patient Barrier. Alright, second run done. Full run. Second full run. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 68. Even more than last time. 68. Looks fun, but I can't see anything. Well, that's how you know it's a good build.
How can I help? Good luck.
I mean, that's like the prerequisite to having a strong build. If you can't tell what's going on, the monsters sure as heck can't tell what's going on because they're all dead. Any changes to temple recently? Nope. I haven't changed temple layout in like a week. Probably ain't gonna. The only thing I'm gonna change is whether it's level 2 or level 3 alchemy at this point. And I still haven't heard of anybody having a more min-max layout than this one too. So yeah, maybe I did it. I did it, guys. Actually came up with the best temple design. I can't believe it. All my hard work's paid off. Best temple. I came up with the best temple and the best build this league. Isn't that crazy? Better than FUP guns? Well, it's yes, because he's using the layout that I compared and contrasted to, and I explained what made it better than that one. So. Mainly on account of the smithy room count. And the golem works versus generator start. It's objectively better layouts for that reason. I could entertain a reason why. I could entertain an argument about why it wouldn't be necessarily, but I mean, nobody's made that argument, so. It's not his temple. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's Sakaiba, or the Russians' temple, I think. Almost identical. You didn't think I'd keep playing the game after the temple brick I had? No, there's no way I'm gonna not play this league. I don't understand how you can be a juicer and not play almost all of this league. You know this is like a once a year, if that, once a year type of gaming experience in PoE. More like once every 2 or 3 years. %rarity. Yeah, dang.
Perhaps you will be able not to success.
Commander room? Off a spy master? Come on.
Reveal your work.
The vow.
Meet the dreamer. No mana.
So did Flupgun quit the league or something?
I need mana. Pizza is big. Opala.
Perhaps you will be able not
No
to
mana.
Ripple Divine. Does he actually like Torchlight more than PoE? This league? That's crazy to me. Last I knew, he was determined to drop a mirror. Like just one mirror.
You challenge the gift of the best.
I need mana.
The vow. Many unseen.
Not 10 mirrors, just one.
Misguided fool.
See, this is losing that recovery. That's risky. Risky. Nice.
This medallion's rather beautiful.
No mana.
The vow.
I don't know, he must really not like PoE 2. I always thought his main complaint with the game was that the game doesn't drop any loot. And or towers. And now both of those things are completely out of the equation now. Like both of them. Not messing with towers and it's dropping crazy amount of loot. I don't know what it could be.
Perhaps you will be able not to success.
1260. Team. Who made that? Yeah, that's pretty funny. Nah, he's a conduit for all the best strats and builds and meta stuff.
The vow of many unseen.
I mean, I would honestly get tired of the game too, you know, if I wasn't creating my own original content. If I wasn't making my own original builds almost exclusively, you know, with a minor amount of inspiration from others, but you know, by and large,
Back to the soil.
using my own creativity to create my own builds, testing strats myself. I mean, I would definitely be less proud about the temple I have if I just ripped off another person's temple. I know a lot of you are kind of just following my temple guide, but I mean, you can understand, I'm sure. I mean, it's definitely it's different. Actually running my own temple design and feeling really good about it being what I think is the most min-max version. I mean, that's kind of special, actually. Of course, I have to put a whole bunch of extra time into theory crafting, but like that's the price you pay to do that.
The vow of many unseen. The vow of many unseen.
Back to the soil.
I mean, I didn't expect to top what I did last league. Last league was a really good build, but I mean, this does, I think, top it, considering the combination of the temple layout and the build, how well tailored it is for this. To me, this Invoker Twister build is actually way more impressive than the Deadeye build, because the Deadeye build is, you know, more straight up conventionally strong Twister build. It's more obvious, like how to make that build strong. Required, you know, a whole lot less creativity to pull off. Not that you know makes the build worse. It just makes it less impressive. You know, less creative, less interesting. But this build is like, this build actually was a lot of fun to theory craft and see it through, and I'm really glad that it worked out. Obviously, it struggled a bit on boss damage and early gearing threshold, but fortunate that didn't really matter because you don't need a boss in this game. Vertex. Stand and deliver? Is that like conditional crit? Is that this? Yeah. I've not tested that, no. I'm actually not 100% sure how those things work with like Twister, where it registers off of one attack and then the whole attack either crits or doesn't. So like monster conditional positioning stuff, that's kind of unknown. Watch someone drop 1.3k to get... Yeah, I mean, that's a massive turnoff for me. I don't want to watch somebody spending money on video games. I mean, the second somebody spends money on a video game, I'm just I've immediately checked out completely. And any video game that allows somebody to spend money on it to get power is just not gonna completely subvert the any and all like excitement or pride that you have in what you've accomplished in the game. And yes, I'm aware it's just a video game, so what does it matter really? But you know, we're all chasing that feeling of either dopamine or like pride in what you're doing and stuff, and whether you get it from job or video game doesn't actually make that much of a difference. The feeling is the same feeling either way. Really the feeling you're chasing. And those money games are just void of meaning. And it's especially perverse because video games on principle are supposed to be, or at least in my mind, maybe a boomer take, but video games were always meant to be a leveling playing field. Supposed to take you out of the real life rat race. Put everybody on the same playing field. If a billionaire loads up a video game, they're no better than somebody who can barely afford their PC. And so, poor Andys can kick billionaires' asses in video games and get some sense of satisfaction from that. It's always supposed to be that way. Until Pay to Win came along. Elon's a god gamer. Well, that whole Elon thing that went down, that's a representation of everything, they're the antithesis of what I'm saying, obviously. Elon's maps. That's the meme. I reckon there are a few too many things that Elon has to work with. He probably likes maps more, fewer things to deal with. What I'm saying is the temple is above Elon Musk's pay grade. His feeble god gamer brain can't handle that. I also get a certain amount of satisfaction knowing that I almost certainly have more knowledge and wisdom about the Val Temple than Elon Musk. Even somebody as smart as him. Someone as smart as him can't compare to my brain power when it comes to the temple. I may be no rocket scientist, but I am a temple scientist. Sometimes the old ways are better. Take the win. Temple Messiah? I don't know. Some people were saying that. My YouTube video. Well, you guys know you got a place to be, or place to, you know, hang out for the most of this league. I will most certainly not be quitting this league anytime soon. I was happy to learn the next pt1 league isn't until March. I was afraid it was in like mid-April. I mean, sorry, what am I saying? Mid-February, I meant. So I thought I was gonna have to feel compelled to quit playing this godly temple too soon.
You have made a grave mistake. Meet the dreamer.
You having the most fun in pt2 since 0.1? I remember liking 0.1 a lot from like the novelty of it all. It's a different kind of fun. Getting settled in,
Freak of stupidity.
you know, put a blankie on,
No consequence.
target farm some locks and mirrors.
Pathetic idiot.
It's a good life.
You reek of stupidity. Pathetic idiot. No more. Foolish ball.
All right. It's done too.
What is it?
How many divine orbs do we drop this time? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 63. Hex 2. What about this? Curse Carver.
How can I help?
Damn. Damn. It all res. Cold res. What do I hit this with? Mana? Man, even percent lightning damage is good. That's almost god tier. Like if I could somehow sub the flat for a rarity there, oh my god. It's pretty good. Couple of potential. You do the Essence of Force. Prefix Essence, yeah, I know. That's what I'm contemplating. Alright, we got a question in the chat about the temple. Sorry to ask, I was Googling a lot, but I meant is that when you connect the first snake from the right to the left in the sack chamber, the sack corruption chamber cannot be level 3. Yeah, it needs to be level 1 or level 2, otherwise you won't get the sacrificial card. So you either wait for the sack chamber to spawn, you drop it down, you deterministically get your first card, or you have it down, it's level 1 or level 2, and then eventually the card shows up again. Mirror just dropped 3 rooms before temple layout's complete. Auto brick mine. No, it's because I looped, because I completed. Because I went about it slightly different, I completed my temple with a slight... I was in the middle of fixing it with a slight, you know, loop in the front, and then Anyway, just watch the video, dude. It's hard to explain. It's a combination of several things that don't really have anything to do with the way I formally explained the temple. I did it differently. It was... I had a super fucked up thing happen. It was my fault, but I didn't know it, so I made a video on it. I talk about it there. You just watch the video. I mean, the TLDR is you can't do these tier 3 rooms and do the device of it if it's part of a loop, because it might risk bricking a whole chain. So it's fine to have a small loop in your temple at the beginning, you just can't do the tier 3 room that auto destabilizes. Don't ever do a tier 3 room on a vulnerable... Don't ever do a tier 3 room like this right here and take... interface with the device if that room is vulnerable, unless you're trying to delete it or something.
I demand.
57 rarity. So you guys might find this interesting. I had done a lot of temple runs with around 115% player rarity. Then I upgraded it to around 175-ish percent player rarity. And that increased my currency drops by like maybe 20%. Pretty meaningful increase. For next league, will you preview your starter? Yeah. Yeah, I always do that. Sometimes sometimes it's like last minute, but the way I did that 2-minute 40-second video was really well received. I think what I want to do, if I think like the most optimized way for me to make a League starter is to make it on Mobalytics Guide first, and then once that's finished, come out with like a 3-minute overview video on the tech and just kind of how the build functions, showcase a little map thing or whatever. It should be like highly informative, real short and sweet. Basically, the purpose is showcasing the tech of the build, how it works, just how the build works. And then, if I have time, coming out with another long-form build guide video. It should be like 20, maybe 30 minutes long, where I kind of go over every single decision that I made, like why this support gem's here, why that, you know, just go over literally like all the moving parts. And then that wouldn't be required to watch, like you wouldn't need to watch it to understand the build necessarily, but be there for people who want the deep dive on the build. But to come out with that, all of that in advance of the League launch, especially like, you know, 48 hours in advance of the League launch, which is what you want, that'd be pretty rough. Chris here, man. Hey, man. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Sneaky, sneaky. Yeah, you can only place one sack chamber on the layout at a time. This is the build. This is the late end game build, yeah. I have the new late in-game variant. Got Mobalytics Guide, it's up. No video on it yet. I'll drop a video on it eventually. Oh, PO Vision. Sorry, I missed your message. I've never played console. I'm told that whirling slash WASD like whirling slash mobility is really fluid on console. I'm told Twister works quite well on console. The whirling slash Twister gameplay. So yeah, like this build could be good. It's got very cheap, low investment variants, high end. There's no temporalis to get started. There's nothing like that. You can make the fundamental build on less than a divine budget. Mobalytics link is in the description of the YouTube stream. Check the description of the stream. Links in there. 3,000 divines. Well, you can make a heck of a good version with 3,000 divines. You could almost make the final version on 3,000 divines, almost. Is it too late to build temple right now in the league? No, the league's gonna be like another 3 months long. Of course it's not too late. Have at it, man. Don't let the economy stop you. Temple's free. Free to run. You guys think I'll drop more or less currency with tier 3 Alch Labs? That monster dropped 2 rings. Did you see that, guys? He dropped 2 rings. Any chance to see you play crossbow build? Probably not. Think I'll drop more.
I need mana.
I don't think we'll get to that today, but today my goal is to do 20 maps or 20 temples today and 20 temples tomorrow. One lock.
The mighty fall.
Perhaps
FPS feeling kind of bad right now. How long for a full temple run? I don't even know right now. I'm not actually tracking currency per hour on this. It's not very good when I got this much FPS issue.
the vow.
So much better off stream though.
You challenge the sacrifice.
I need to get my temple like this. I'm only getting 1 to 5 temples or divines per temple. Uh-oh, you feeling FOMO. I remember being at that point. Ooh. Hey Snoo, how do you juice your maps and how do I start my temple run? How do you start your temple run? I mean, you should just look up Milky BK for like basic temple guides. And juicing maps, I mean, we're not juicing maps this league. Terribly inferior.
Ancient power.
You bricked yours? Well, you're like me, I guess. I do have a guide on how I went about making mine. It assumes you already understand the basics, though.
Not Spain. I feel no pain.
Mobs tanky? Vertex. These mobs don't seem tanky to me.
The mighty fall. I feel
They feel like cannon fodder. Can't handle this level 36 spark.
I feel no pain.
Longest dry run. I went, the worst I've seen for like a finished temple was, so I booted up a temple, I got 0 full clear, I got 0 locks. Following temple I got 0 locks, following temple I got 1 lock, and then the following temple I got 2 locks. And then after that I think I got like 4 or 5. But that was kind of the worst bout of RNG I had. Just finished Snoo's Temple. That was rough, but it kept me from quitting the league. Thanks, Snoo. Awesome, dude. Yeah, grats on it. Yeah, I know it's not a easy thing to pull off. I mean, quite often I get a lock from not a Spy Master room. Like, it's not like Spy Masters are the only rooms that drop locks, but I mean, typically you're not going to get a lock except from a Spy Master or a tier 3 room of some kind. That's why you really want to level up your Legion barracks. Have I seen Mr. 9 Live's negative rarity temple? No, I haven't. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I'm not very interested in negative rarity farming. That's kind of the opposite of what I'd like to be doing, so. You can do it if you want. It sounds really boring, though. I guess it's somewhat exciting getting like the exceptional bases. Especially with like all the inventory management of that. Oh my god. Sounds terrible. Yeah, but like you'd have to be constantly porting in and out of the temple to carry loot back. I mean, that really would annoy the hell out of me. What's up? Just watched your temple video. Great stuff. Hey, dude, thanks. We got it done here. I'm deliberately not filling out this Golem Works because we're doing an apples to apples comparison right now. And I know I can sustain 2 chains, but not 3. Without a little bit of good RNG. I don't know, guys. I think I'd rather just drop the 1x1 Mirror of Calandra. Just sit real nice in one inventory spot. You know?
Defile this place. Naka Ayuk, ta endu kinda.
Could use one more lock on this temple. One more? Whoa. This smithy room dropped no tinks. Can you believe that? You guys like that idea of making like another 2-3 minute short overview video? Kind of highlighting the super in-game version of this build and then making like a deeper dive 20 to 30 minute video. I feel like that might be a nice system. Then I can put links to each other in the description. Be a proper content creator.
You have made a great no consequence.
If you're wearing a headhunter, you can unequip your headhunter temporarily. It'll spawn those construct mobs immediately, or you can apparently you can use like Ice Nova. You just sub in Ice Nova and cast it on top of them, and it triggers them, I guess. No, I've not seen yeah, level 20 gems, really rare. Dismount Roa. Well, I mean, I'm not. Wait, what would you be using a Roa for anyway? You got a Roa gamer in this chat? Roa this league? Nobody's using Roa. Actually, I didn't even think about that. Like, Roa is really off meta now, isn't it? Maybe negative rarity drops more spirit gems? Could that be?
You have made a great mistake. Solar rage. Ancient power.
I guess these are worth picking up still. They say roll well.
Reveal your worth. Go on.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 69. 69! Again? Oh yeah, shackles of the shackles of the oops. Also some value.
Hey. Until next time.
One lock, and dude, I dropped the lock on I dropped the lock like super early in the first temple. I think I only dropped like 4 divines at that point or something. Feels bad, man. I really want to place this here. But I put the stipulation on myself.
No matter the path, I'll walk.
Ooh, we got really low rarity number on this one, 22%.
Unnatural. Vanquished. You have made a grave mistake.
Best way to get the architect in the middle. You would run like one snake path all around so that, and then you would lock that one path, and then you this would be the only spot that has all four sides not touching anything. You could have two paths, lock both of them down too. That's what I did. Took me like 6 tries doing that to actually get him in the spot. But he at least has a tendency to move to the most free, untouched spot on the board. So your goal is to make that the only spot that is not touched by any room. Kind of need to lock it though, for 2 reasons. One, so you can do it again if he fails, but 2, because he respawns after the rooms get destabilized anyway. So presumably the choice of where he respawns is taken into account after the destabilization.
You have made a grave mistake. Furious energies.
Perhaps you will. Not this.
Find this place. I need mana.
The vow hath many onslaughts.
Do any of you guys use the loot filter I'm using? Yeah, loot filter, please. I should be in the description of the stream on YouTube. I believe it is. Divine Strict. Yeah, that's the one.
Not this.
I don't know how to get these reliquary keys off of here. I tried to remove them and then it didn't work. Or it did, but then they turned into tinks instead. Make them very, very small. Is that what you have to do? God, I remember having to do that, like, in Arch Nemesis League. I remember Arch Nemesis League making those icons super duper small. Type exclamation point filter and Twitch. That definitely pulls up the loot filter.
The vow
We're running Divine Strict. At first, it was basically Tinks only, but then I realized I should probably pick up, you know, like Greater Chaos and some of those mid-tier uniques that if they have good roll ranges, they're worth several divines, or if they corrupt well, they're worth several divines. Several dozen divines sometimes. The Greed's Embrace is worth several divines if it just rolls perfect rarity, even uncorrupted. With like nothing else mattering.
perhaps you will.
Hold on a sec. Easy, dude. I gotta turn my air conditioner on in the middle of winter. This space heater's gone crazy. Morning, Snoob. Hope you have a good day. I'm hoping a good day for sure. It'd been a better day if that was a headhunter. I still like dropping headhunters, even though they're not worth anything now. Oh, could it be a lock medallion? Hey, it is, it is, it is. Ooh, I'm falling behind a little. Three headhunters in the same run? Oh, another lock. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I've not dropped two in one run.
Your challenge is the best.
I'm still trying to drop two in one run. Shit. Three locks in one, or in subsequent rooms. Dank. Is that solo? Oh, you're doing level 3 Alch labs, aren't you? Yeah, I hear it drops often there.
The vow of many ones.
Hey, you can't use a lock on a corrupted item, right? So there's like no way to safely double corrupt an item. What the heck is this? What kind of name for an item is that? In's mouth? Just use the Valhina core lock. What? What's the secret currency? Valhina core lock? Where do you drop that? Is that like a Siri drop only? Sure. Like a 0.00001%.
The mighty fall.
Yeah. God.
The vow have many unseen.
Actual 0.001%. What? So it's like basically non-existent. Is it like even in the game files though? It's like so rare it's not even in the game files. You can feel how much less loot. So every single map I've ran, temple I've ran, I've gotten 60 something divine orbs. This one's probably gonna be 40 something.
You have made me great.
Because the area rarity roll was so bad.
Back to the soil.
Do you think your build will be viable at all without rings? What do you mean without rings? My ring is giving me a bunch of mana leech. That's really important. Rarity, res. Flat cold's really important, although I could get flat cold on the weapon. Shroud walk. Cutting myself off from previous rooms. Area rarity roll is random, yeah. Wouldn't you have more rings then? Not less? Dude, what the heck? Can't cast. That's weird. I'm just gonna die. I can't cast anything. I was literally like never allowed to cast. What was like every single rare had mana siphon or something? God, that was terrible. Wouldn't you still have good stats even on no rare on a negative rarity rating? It's not like you have no other stats, right? I mean, don't you actually have like double stats on some stats? What even happened in that room? It was so bizarre. Do the rest of that. I may have to abandon this run. What the fuck? Great. Great. You know, it used to be the monsters would actually like come out of the room, and now they don't. So I don't really know how to like get in there and then not die immediately.
I need mana. Take the body.
How the fuck do I die there? What in the world? Oh, that's so fucked, dude. Oh my god. I don't even know. Man. This would be the first time I've ever actually like bricked a temple that I can do the thing. You can use spear throw. Well, I thought you could cast Twister into it, or that some mobs would leak out anyway. I don't know. I've never had this happen. Not to the point where I've had to actually abandon the temple. I don't think I will. I think I'll be able to get through it. There's got to be a way. But like, I should have never died in the first place. Like, I went around, I tried to cast Twister like 20 times and wasn't able to, like, even once. It was absolutely retarded. It should never happen like that. I mean, I've never even seen anything like that. Oh, here we go. All right, we're fine. They came out.
The mighty fall.
Never mind. Not fine. Great. Fuck is this map, man? This crit, monster damage, extra fire, and light. It's not like the worst mods ever, but it is pretty gnarly. Well, I'm not timing this run anyway. I only just want to have full temple clears, and then I can count them. Why do some of them come out, but like some of them don't?
I'm unable.
That's still like a death trap there. Oh, okay. Some of them are coming out again. I don't know. I guess I have to like. Such a disadvantage of Twister. You not even get like one of these to go in there? Come on, dude. Fuck it. $38 headhunter buffs is just enough. I mean, I can still knock enemies back with Whirling Slash, but sometimes there's like no room for them to knock back. Oh my god, no, come on. Or at least I spawn closer. Wow, this map is maybe the most dangerous I've ever seen. My survivability went way down after switching from basically like 18% life leech to 3. Honestly, like it went way down when I did that. Because I'm not really running with less total ES than I was. It's just that recovery is so strong when you have it. The life leech converted to ES leech. You think Temple not punishing death is a bad thing? Yeah. Yeah, it should. Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense that you get punished for death in map, but not Temple. That is weird. Well, it's fast. How cheap is it? Well, I mean, this build starts on 1 div budget. But no, it's not a druid.
You reek of stupidity. Backward. Foul creature.
Imagine being on 0 locks, opening temple, and not being able to respawn. I haven't had that happen. Well, they do actually punish death in the temple. It's called your limbs. Your limbs are gone. I don't know. I don't know why they made no punishment for dying in the temple. That was weird. That'd been kind of crazy though. Imagine if you died and no matter like what progress you made, death equals just the temple closes. Wow, I have a lock I don't need. Feels kind of bad, man. Not having a cap higher. Ding ding ding. That was a lucky Shroud Walk. Shroud Walk for the win. Imagine if it just removed a room each time you respawn randomly. Ooh. Maybe that'll be, you know, maybe that's how they'll balance the temple next league, guys. They don't need to change anything, they just need to add a real penalty to dying. That's all. Temple fixed. In 0.5. Login. Every death removes a random room on your temple. And it ignores locks. Holy. I'd probably play hardcore mode if that was actually a thing. Might as well. Might as well punch my ticket for hardcore, boys.
You reek of stupidity.
I know you guys are kind of biased, but
Furious.
would you be watching this content? Would you be watching this content if I was playing on hardcore? I suppose in one context it would be even more exciting. It'd be insane to be playing this content on hardcore.
You have made a grave mistake.
Perfect augment's about 9 per div. Yeah, I guess that would be worth showing on the filter. Maybe. If I'm gonna show greater chaos. I should probably just remove greater chaos, though. I don't know how common perfect augment is compared to greater chaos. I removed perfect regal. I remember that.
I demand adherence.
Guys just quit out the game and they're gonna die.
Ancient power.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty lame. Back in my day, not only did I not do that, I would keep playing even during lag spikes.
What is it?
I would die from lag spikes that I couldn't get around. 10, 20, 30, 49. Yep, I knew I'd drop fewer. 49. That's a pretty low number. I don't know if I made my money back on that temple.
How can I help? Good luck.
Oh. Trying to upgrade the build and go from Tangle Tongue to Better Spear. What are your conditions for new spear before upgrading? Between your spear and your rings, you probably need to have like upwards of 100 top-in flat cold. As part of the incentive to going new spear is that you can also get rid of like Call of the Brotherhood and maybe even the boots. Wake of Destruction. Ow, dude. See, where's my recovery? This never happened before. This is crazy. Alright, there it is. Oh my god. It's also, I'm not critting, I guess. Gotta hit that cat charm to actually get my crit chance where it should be. Only data I got was 730 raw divines, 10 tier 2. Hey, that's pretty good. That's better than I'm doing. Over 70 per. What was your player rarity? Single? Is that solo gameplay? If so, what player rarity?
Learn your Please.
Wait, I have 0 rarity on this map. Oh my god. Zero rarity. Said rarity. So yeah, with the Spirit Exchange out Tangle Tongue, you don't necessarily have to have plus progs level, but obviously you kind of want to. It has to have a high crit roll. It needs to have strong fizz damage. So it has to, like, you have to get good fizz and cold damage on the build. You gotta freeze and you gotta break enemies' armor. Like when I go for a perfect spear, I'm gonna be going flat fizz, percent fizz, and flat cold. Look, a lock on the room before the first Spy Master. Whoa. Whoa.
The vows have many unseen.
I may not be dropping divines, but I'm dropping locks. Is it worth getting crit hit chance nodes under anticipation? I don't think so. Not if I'm not doing it in the guide. Whatever I do in the guide is the best. Oh, Harry Ray's here. What's up, man?
The vows have many unseen.
Been a while. Doing a big old test. 20 maps of this, 20 maps of that. I'm gonna be lucky to get 40 divines on this map. No area rarity. Huh? Where are these coming from?
Misguided fool.
You challenge the depth of the past.
How many divs you get per run with 0 rarity? I don't know. We're gonna find out. I mean, it's been ages since I opened a map and got 0 rarity to spawn. I don't remember the last time that happened. I'm guessing it'll be 40 to 50. Celebrity in the chat. Young White Ox here to drop my frames even more than already. Are you still alive, man? Your character's still alive?
The vows many unseen.
No mana.
The vows have many unseen.
Plunder point explosion that you didn't notice? What? Oh no.
Need more mana.
So you finished the axe. You finished the axe then. Very nice.
The vows
Yeah, I went through the entire campaign without dying
Meet the dreamer.
on a twister build. World first, maybe.
I need mana.
Before THC League. THC League. Boss of the big arena. Yeah, I know. I know.
I cannot.
I'm honored. You did me proud. Going as far as you did. I didn't expect you to necessarily, you know, even like get through Act 1 or 2. Apparently you're God Gamer though. I can't get through the whole campaign without dying. I mean, maybe I could if I really put that hard stipulation on it. Yeah, and then to do it SSF as well. Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh. Deadeye would be the best option for that though, probably. Although I don't know, maybe Witch Hunter. No rarity run, I'm still dropping double dibs. Double D's. Triple D. What? Oh my god. No area rarity. Who needs rarity anyway? 607% increase rarity from monsters. That number's gonna be like double. Skill speed is god tier. Oh yeah, dude. Wait, I got yet another Tink back there. What? Oh. Ghost Tink. Ooh. Oh, I actually would be like averaging 80 divines per map if I had that second Golem Works tier 3 on. I forgot about that. I was definitely averaging at least like 80 last night when I was running it. I guess you're already done streaming today, huh? How many div per temple? While missing this square on tier 2 Alch Labs with 170+% player rarity, I think I'm averaging like 60 to 70. I don't know, the number shows right now on the overlay. You can do the math. So it's definitely between 60 and 70 right now. So we had some high rarity temple layouts to start things off, and now it's had a couple temples with like really low rarity. Bold of you, assuming Twitch shadows can do the math. I assume they got a calculator app. Excited to see the verdict on it? Hell yeah, me too. I gotta know what's best. I made my whole life about min-maxing this temple, this league. In the end. Can you believe, like 1 month ago I was just farming Heart of the Well jewels. I mean, probably some poor soul out there farming it right now.
You reek of stupidity!
I did notice they went up in value. I guess people kind of stopped farming. Your numbers say? Alright, what's your numbers? What do they say exactly? Did you actually log data? Or are you just going off some feeling? The feeling, man. Not running the same temple.
No further. I feel no pain.
I see. Oh. Wow.
Meet the dreamer.
These commander quarters rooms, there's so many monsters in here.
I feel no pain. Do not spare. I feel no pain.
Trying to think about how much currency I might invest in this build in the end.
I feel no pain.
Might get up to like 20 mirrors. A normal heavy belt. Those exist in here. You know how rare that is? It's so rare to see one of those show up. Like, even normal monsters can't drop normal items hardly. Oh god. I'm gonna do this. Really? Holy crap, that's punishing. What? Huh?
Vanquished.
What is that recovery, dude?
You reek of stupidity.
Play with full rarity plus 3 alch rooms, and if I've gotten the build and I already got 1 mirror, 2 any-cord lock. Like 100 of each run, all alch rooms level 3. How many actual alch rooms are you running? What? You notice it just disconnected from my temple, and I got back in, it reverted my temple to how it was 3 runs ago. So you got rolled back. Yeah, total alchemy labs in your temple layout.
Back to the source.
You managed to get 2 spy masters and a garrison in just 3 runs? Nah, game. I'm asking game for. He's on a YouTube chat.
I need mana.
Did they give you your medallion back? No, what probably happened is because if you disconnect, you didn't pre-lock, most likely. Right now, if you disconnect and then the temple, if you disconnect and the temple closes automatically, it just goes through the entire process of closing the temple. So if you're doing like if you're locking after the fact, then the temple just decided to delete your progress. I don't think it actually like rolled you back or anything. I mean, it's still bullshit, but I assume you didn't have it locked down and protected at the time. I mean, especially since the last patch, I've had like a game crash or something like that too, and it removes the temple instance and then like hard closes it immediately. I don't even get to see the process of it deleting the rooms. I just come back in and it's like, oh, you want to open the temple again? Oh, your rooms have been, or your locks are either disappeared or your rooms have disappeared. Six alch rooms? Alright, I got 5, so not too bad. I like my strat. I got 8 extra modifiers on rares. 8. Blast, blast, blast. So what is my crit chance on this ability? I'm beginning to think maybe, I don't know, I guess I would have almost 100% crit chance. Actually, if I had crit chance on my fast spear. Yep. At least my FPS is better on these rooms. These rooms that aren't, where like nothing's going on.
have made a grave mistake. No consequence.
Oh, yeah? Weapon asks, is there anything that can be done to if a temple room cannot be completed due to a mob being stuck somewhere in the decor? Talking about like the construct that won't activate, you can just... there's a few different ways to activate them, like somebody said demounting your Roa, casting Frost Wall, unequipping Headhunter, and re-equipping it. Stuck in decor, maybe that's different than what I'm thinking of. I don't know, man. Maybe relogging? Alright, we got 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 61. Really? I got 61 Divine Orbs from a no rarity map. Alright. Okay. 78. Feels strange, man.
What is it?
Ooh. Hold the phone. What? What? What can I even use here? Dang it. Oh, that's a good outcome. What the hell? Holy. Wait, what? This might be... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Alright. I'm gonna go for gold. I might need to wear this later. I'm going for it. We want all res and tier 1 flat cold. What is that, dude? No.
Hello.
Yeah, we need homogenizing element back. It was so bad. Yeah, rings is terrible to craft. You like PoE 2 more than PoE 1? I do right now. Yeah. As of this league, I think so. Now, next league, they could turn it all to shit and PoE 1 comes out of the banger. I don't know.
A place in perpetual motion.
Who really knows? I saw a Jazzer's video this morning. He kind of went scorched earth on GGG about crafting. The dude hates crafting in this game. He hates the omens. How am I not recovering anything? What? Bro. Recovery.
You reek of stupidity. Furious energies.
Well, he was complaining about the Sinestral and Dextral annulments and that sort of thing, how they're priced out for, like, only the richest people can can do crafting. I don't know. His take kind of assumed that the position that the way to craft gear is with meta crafting through the omens, and that normal players can't do it. So the fact that those methods exist and are also extremely rare and expensive is the problem. I almost wonder what he'd say if those methods didn't even exist. Yeah, it's kind of like the FOMO that they... Right, they're not accessible by the average player. Well, I mean, they're not average omens either. I mean, Mirror of Calandra is not accessible to the average player either. It's not like I want the Mirror of Calandra to be removed from the game. You know? Yeah, I like Jazzarus, but he is kind of a full-time content reactor and part-time PoE2 player, if you know what I'm saying.
No challenge with this pt1.
25% spirit. Well, that's a perfect spirit roll. Maybe I keep that. Let's see that. Palm of the Eye. Palm of the Eye. One divine. How do you get shock, fire, and all that? I got Heart of the Well that gives me adds extra cold and fire. That's where most of my fire is coming from, I think. 15% is extra fire. Shock is, if nothing else, coming from Spark. The huge damage sparks. Cold is coming from, I got like a lot of flat cold on the rings, Twister. Also got a lot of gain as extra cold and lightning, actually. What kind of room is that, dude? That's not a room. It's not the room card I'm supposed to get. Is there a best Twister ascendancy? I think there's a lot of flavor in Twister, yeah. I mean, Lich is good. Amazon is still like the sort of OG on that. Deadeye is probably best. Invoker is what I'm doing here.
Perhaps the reactive side.
Oh, the Elemental Grounds? Oh, that's just Headhunter. If you're sitting on 60 Headhunter buffs, you will have Elemental Ground. Because, you know, there's Trail of Ice, Trail of Fire, and Trail of Lightning. Those are stolen buffs. So if we're doing content like this, I don't really need to worry about Elemental Ground. It's just, and even if I try to get it specifically, it'll likely get overridden by the Headhunter Ground anyway. I mean, that's something I discovered last league.
The vow of many arms.
Twister level is 33. Kinda high. Okay. Nice spawn point. What? Oh my god. Not really. That's not good. I would spawn into the juiciest version of this. Oh, nice. I've never even seen one of these this insane before in my life. What the hell? How can there be this many mobs in here? That's crazy. Yeah, dying is really rough on this, the way I have this set up. I think I'm gonna have to rethink how I've set this up. I've gone for like maximum power with headhunter buffs, and then like I just don't have, like, look at my recovery. This never happened before. I can't go anywhere. Can't kill anything. I'm not critting anything either. I'm basically not critting at all because I only have like a 40% chance to crit at the start. That didn't crit for sure. Oh my god, there's so many unique mobs in this floor. 4 of them right here? You gotta be shitting me, dude. That's so unlucky. Get caught by mana siphoner from outside the door is crazy. Actually, I'm really lucky there's no mana siphoner in this floor. That's bananas, man. At the same time, this should never happen. It shouldn't spawn into a room I haven't done. It's so dumb. Leech, dude. The leech is the problem. Yeah, if I kill one rare, ramp up like crazy real quick. But I don't know, at the same time, I mean, I can just power through it, since there's apparently, like, no... Being level 100, there's literally, like, no penalty for dying. Except the run back, if there is.
You have made a grave mistake. You have made a grave mistake.
I'm waiting for PoE to introduce the best mechanic from last epoch, exalted item drops. We need exalted items.
You reek of stupidity. Solar rage.
No more this normal basis farming. Ugh. Legendary potential. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
You reek of stupidity.
I mean, in general, I think Last Epoch's best mechanic is the combination of exalted drops combined with like crafting power or crafting potential. Because it means no matter what, like the best item that you can ultimately get will have to be dropped from the ground as not a random blank base, but as an actual like, ooh, damn, I gotta go all the way. Where does that go to? Backwards? I don't know, there's always this tug of war between like crafting and dropping loot on the ground. Ever since seeing Last Epoch's system, I will forever believe that there actually is a way to get the best of both worlds. On the one extreme you have like base farming, where you know, you're just trying to drop clean bases off the ground, and then like it's like basically 99% of the work is done through crafting. On the flip side, you have dropping an item on the ground and you don't touch it anymore because like it's uncraftable. You can't even do anything to it. I guess that's like Diablo 2, right? But in Last Epoch, you're trying to drop exalted items that have basically tier 0 affixes that you cannot craft under any circumstances. And then on top of that, those items also happen to have more crafting potential, so it's like doubly unrewarding to try craft an item from scratch in that game. You just can't do it. To nowhere near the strength and power that you can if you start off with a well-dropped item, like a rare item in particular. Yeah, it's really highly intuitive and easy to learn right off the bat too. None of this like hidden item level garbage. I mean, the whole... What is that? What? How the fuck did I die there? Did I not have 100% ES at the time? Jesus. Dangerous map, I guess. Way too dank. %70 rarity. Ooh. Ooh. Damn, I have to run back all the way, don't I? Lame. Let's do a fun question in chat. What is the most expensive item you're currently wearing on your character? Most expensive item. Mirror bow, probably. Ring? What kind of ring?
Vow have many unseen.
Amulet?
I need mana.
As of now, mine is this jewel here. This little thing.
Not yet.
It was a body armor though. This series. Hey, speak of the devil, I got a lock.
Another medallion.
I'm gonna try to craft a quadruple rarity ring. You guys think it's possible? Quadruple rarity ring. I wonder if any of those exist.
Have many unseen.
Need a core corrupt? Yeah, probably. Probably. If not for the time, or if not for the currency investment to make the ring, at least the time-wise, it's probably worth just going. It's a really frustrating ring to craft.
Ancient power.
I basically have it right here, but I don't want mana. I'm probably gonna go for shock effect.
Misguided fool. No mana.
Perhaps you will be at this side.
Right, because if I use the something, I can more easily justify it if I mirror it with Calandra's Touch. Damn. Watched the video. The unique jewels was really useful. Thanks. Yeah, nice. That's an older video, isn't it? Some of it might not apply now. Like the positioning of some of those. Oh god, Garrison.
Need more mana.
9 months? 0.2 video. Shoot. Yeah, I think I made that video back when people were really beginning to hate on 0.2.
I need mana.
The vow have many unseen.
The Lightning Spear League.
Cursed one, bend me. Back to the soil.
Back chamber sacrifice room? Well, I mean, the room only has to be a vulnerable room. That's the only stipulation. It can be any room on the board, as long as it's vulnerable. Meaning it's not like locked behind a chain or something. Oh my god, it's raining div.
Perhaps
Wait, I might get a lot of div on
at
this
this side.
map. Apparently greater chaos orbs are way more rare than divine orbs. No, even graders. No, even graders, I think. Oh yeah, like
You have made me
perfect
brave.
chaos way more rare than divines. No, I'm quite certain Greater Chaos is more rare than divines, yeah. Because I'm not dropping like 50 Greaters in one map, but I'm dropping 50 divines in one map.
Ancient power.
Yeah, they're just not as valuable. Never count anything but div. I mean, I guess in a way, Greater Chaos Orbs are higher tier currency than Divine Orbs. You know, when your criteria is the rarity tier of the drop. Dude. Why? I'm gonna have to watch replay, especially if I'm dying when I'm not even, like, if I'm actually, I bet you I'm not actually getting one shot. Probably a lack of life recovery. How much should I pay for the Spark Jewel? 2,500 divines. Bought it last night. What is it worth now? Even cheaper now. 2,400. Fire sale plus 3 spark gems? Why are they going down? They were actually 1 mirror apiece a few days ago. There were only like 12 of them on trade. I guess that bubble burst though. Now they're all trying to undercut each other. It's pretty crazy that Spark ended up being a meta skill. Dude. No code. Literally area complete. Oh god, that means I'm about to get destroyed right here. Oh yeah. Wait, I survived that? What? Alchemy medallion. I'm gonna need those. I'm gonna need those alchemy medallions after I finish the test and realize that tier 2 is actually better than tier 3. Sparks can get the TS treatment. As long as Twister doesn't, just leave my baby alone. I'm fine if they delete Spark from the game. They can do that. They just gotta keep Twister in there. I need my Twister fix. Get my fix. Ooh. Ooh, running a little low on locks. Hmm.
Speak.
Anyway, we got 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 56. Oh, that's actually really low for how good rarity roll that was. $434.
Hello.
Another potential. Whoa. Oh my god, it tier 1. Oh. Oof. Ooh. So, what if I do suffix only percent mana? Actually, they don't really want attack mana, right? So like percent mana and max mana with mana leech? Does anybody want that? What if I hit that though? Failed. Hit the rarity. Failed. Failed. Massive fail. Alright, dead.
How can I help?
That's real crafting, guys. That's called real crafting. No 40 divine omens needed. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. We'll be back in a moment. After this short message from our sponsor. Yeah, right. I don't take sponsors. Because I'm not fake. Alright, we're back. I want to look up leech real quick. Wiki. Spilled my drink, but didn't open it yet. Woo. I'm gonna look up every source of life leech in the game right now. Bark of siphoning. Well, if I was using marks, maybe. Font of blood. Part of the well. That's just instant leech, right? I don't feel like instant leech is... Maybe instant leech would be really strong, or maybe, I don't know. How would instant leech compare? So, functionally, what would be the difference between me having like 3% life leech with instant leech, with 15% instant leech, versus 18% life leech with no instant leech? Like, would those actually be somewhat comparable? Carnage Heart. Oh, Death Rush. I could do Death Rush again. Yo. Modifiers on items. Yeah, gloves, rings, weapons. Swap Bataras for Leech. Yeah, that's kind of worst case scenario. I really don't want to do that. If possible, that's like a permanent 30% as extra cold. But yeah, I may have to. Well, actually, that kind of makes sense, because then I can swap the rune to gain his extra random. I will actually do that right now, just to try it out. Because, I mean, it feels stupid to do that when I can just get the roll on the ring, but the value of that mod, like how much it gives, is the equivalent of a double roll in a ring. So that's basically, it's like, would I pay a support gem on Twister to get 38% increased rarity? I mean, when I actually sit down and think of it that way, the answer is fuck yeah. So I guess that I just have to do it. 3% life leech corrupted on amulet. I actually got that last time.
Sold it.
Well, let's see. I guess I can't use this anywhere else. I have to keep pinpoint critical. least it stays. Is there any lineage gem for Leech? I guess I get no value out of the bottom line. Life Leech by supported skills not removed at full. Actually, technically that is some value. Because it means anytime I get hit, I'm already instantly leeching. I don't have to wait for another attack to roll forward. So that is actually superior by default to just regular Leech. Then go back to this. I'm afraid I might not be
Have an order?
getting enough cold damage to even freeze enemies now, though. But let's see. See if I die less now. I'm gonna cheat, guys. I cheated. I cheated. I put a room on the square. The test is now null and void.
No matter the
81% area rarity. Holy big number. Immediately that mob. This sucks. Wait, I got so much leech though. Cooldown recovery. Oof. Ooh. This is kind of the lowest cold damage that I'm dealing with. What?
Meet the dreamer.
I froze an enemy there.
Grave mistake. Solar ray.
There's some major recent tech I discovered recently. I've telling some people off and on, but that lineage gem that was mentioned in the chat, bat tears, whatever it is. It's a lineage gem for Ice Bite. It gives you Ice Bite buff based on how much rage you have when you freeze an enemy. It gives you 1% gain as extra cold per rage point you have. So it's like by default an attack based thing like Ice Bite is, but for whatever reason GGG didn't put in the actual stipulation of that buff applying only to attacks. So the Ice Bite rage based Ice Bite lineage gem actually gives you gain as extra cold for all skills, including spells. Which means I was getting a 30% gain as extra cold to Spark even. It's pretty badass. A combination of 3 skills. Whirling Slash to build rage, because you need melee. Twister to actually freeze the enemy as a ranged attack. Then the cast on crit from Twister and cast on ailment, cast on freeze, and from Twister to proc the Spark, which is doing most of the damage now, getting the actual benefit, most of the benefit from that. Actually pretty amazing the way that all that tech worked. But now I don't have it, because I don't have room for that gem. That gem does only socket into an attack, so it would have to be... Because, like, I could put it in... Actually, I need to verify that. I think... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it only goes into an attack skill. Could go into elemental expression if it works, because that sometimes freezes. But Whirling Slash can't really afford to put it in there. And it never freezes anyway. Still no headhunter? What? Where's my headhunter, man? Where's my headhunter at? Ice Bite Rage Bait. They should rename the lineage gem to Ice Rage Bait. Oh sure, I get a lock from this room though. Oh, sure. Sure, dude. Did I just fix all of my survivability problems? Sound is like music to my ears. It hits like the rhythm. You get like that rhythmic tink going on. It's just like it's got like that drummer thing at the end of the stanza. It's like hey, that's a good item. Tribal mask. Do you have a maxroll build guide to this? No, as of now I have a mobalytics build guide to this. It is now linked in the description. What? A second Vertex helmet. Back-to-back runes. Yeah, we're popping off this map. It's that crazy hidden loot multiplier. Wait, what? I didn't know this actually buffed rarity. Wait, this buffs rarity? Since when does Sealed Vault buff rarity? Nuh-uh. Wait, what? I didn't know it did that. Well, what? What is tier 3 vault? How much rarity is that? A tourist, I guess. I didn't know it even buffed anything. I thought it like buffed chests or something. Like, it would make sense to buff chests, not I really did cheat, actually. Damn. Alright, we just have to pretend it didn't happen. Surely not gonna make that big of a difference. I don't think you can level it up. I'm sure you can at least level it up 1. Here, let me pull up that Sirius Temple on the wiki and find out. Treasure. Treasure Vault. Tier 1 only. Ah! It's bullshit. Tier 1 only. Has anybody ever tried to level up a treasure vault? It probably deletes your temple when you do that. I wouldn't try it. Bad idea. No, did you see that recovery? Did you see that? It was like, oh no, I took damage. Instantly back up. Instantly. Yeah, I think we got to do this. It's either do this or actually, like, there might be a way I could drop all res on my ring. Possibly. I don't have res though anywhere else. I guess I can get like 5 all res from the statues. My frame's at, you can see it, it's on the top right. It goes down to like 10 at the lowest. I don't know, it's kind of infuriating to run this on stream. I promise I get better performance off stream than this. Not like impeccable always. Sometimes I have like really, really good frames. But, like, even off stream, sometimes my frames drop a bit. It's like so many variables involved in that. The more damage you do to monsters, the better your frames are, though. So to me, my brain, how my brain conceptualizes the frame rate drop is that, well, I'm just not doing enough damage. If only I did more damage, I would lag less. So it's my fault for doing too little damage. Just gotta do more damage. There's nothing wrong with the build, and there's nothing wrong with it systematically, just not doing enough damage. Think about it, like if every monster died in one hit, there wouldn't be any lag, because the mobs would be all dead. And what's lagging the game is all of these hits hitting monsters and then them calculating their health pool drop. Or if they didn't have a health pool because it was gone, I wouldn't lag. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the hard lesson to learn from the Alva strat in PoE1 that is now dead. Obviously, none of this really matters in the long run because they're going to nerf the temple and they're talking about the performance issues and, you know, we're not going to have this problem. We'll have it in a different way with a different mechanic, probably. Big brain over here. It's absolutely huge brain. Multiple folds. Divine and a perfect chaos. And I am dropping a lot of loot on this map. For sure. What's this? What even is this? Oh. What? Not the real item? Huh? Must not cleared my filter. Hey, really? Okay. 5x5. Dude, that's a little much, man. 7x7. I'm down with 7x7. I think 8x8 is still too big. Unless they do other things to it. I would prefer they remove the diminished return system and make it smaller, though. Give the player more agency over what they're doing. I actually think the swap from the Spy Master to the Golem works is intuitively a very sensible change. That was a smart change on their part. I know everybody's pissed about it, especially if they already built their temple, but that was a smart change. Other than the fact that it, you know, pseudo-brick temples that were done already. It's really shitty if people were done. Look at that health recovery, though. Look at that. I love solving problems with my build. It's fun. Don't you guys think 7x7 would be good? Imagine if we had 7x7, no more diminished returns, everything's the same otherwise. And then maybe they also nerf loot in the temple by at least 50% on top of that. I think if we had 7x7, I think if we had 7x7, they would probably drop maybe 30% as much loot as we are now. And if we dropped, and then if they nerfed it by half, we'd drop like 15% as much loot as we are now. And I feel like for the amount of time and effort I'm trying to honestly, as an honest broker here, think in terms of, because I'm trying to imagine this as like the new June or new heist mechanic, where it's like, you know, you gotta really work it for a long time to make it worthwhile. In all fairness, yeah. Okay, that was. I'm gonna need to see some recovery, please. Oh, there we go. See that recovery? That was called dying by frames drop. Death by frame drop, pretty much. That's what that was, almost. But yeah, anyway, I would like to see the temple basically. I would be fine with. I feel like it should definitely be smaller. It should take a little bit less time to min-max. Actually, you know what? In all honesty, if they're really smart, they will remove the whole like weird tech stuff. I don't even think they need to nerf the loot in the temple. Actually, if they remove. This would be kind of unfortunate for the fun of like making it really hard on yourself and min-maxing, but in all honesty, this whole tech thing not as intended, like Spy Master tech and stuff. If that was removed, first of all, if that's removed, you're straight up probably getting like 30%, 40% less drops. Like if I had the same temple layout, but the ethical version. If it was 7x7 instead of 9x9, that would be like another 30-40% less. Or 30-40% reduced drops. If they removed the diminished return thing, because it wouldn't matter as much then. I guess they could keep it, but nice if they removed it. Yeah, I think if we had like ethical only temples at 7x7, we'd probably just be getting about 20% as much loot as I am in this one, in this kind of temple. And for the time it would take to set up even an ethical 7x7 temple, it would take a while. I think that would be fair. You'd still be dropping like, you know, 10 to 20 div per temple. For a lot of setup. And then I guess maybe like, yeah, put a death penalty in there and like have an actual death penalty, obviously. And it's, you can't have, you know, mapping penalties and no temple penalty. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe the death penalty would be really harsh. It's kind of unfair. One of the most broken aspects about the temple is that it's no investment cost. You should probably have some kind of investment cost. But that would probably just come in by way of marketizing the, you know, the medallions or something in some way. I think that would at least be a really good step in the right direction. Make the temple smaller, remove the tech from it. That would save an insane amount of time for everybody involved, and it would remove a ton of FOMO from the people who are a little more casual. And yeah, for us hardcore gamers, it would feel like kind of shitty because it's like, well, that was kind of the fun of it, like you said in the chat. But you know, when you look at it through the eyes of the developer, I have to assume that that's a pretty big no-no. And the only reason that they didn't remove the tech is because the combination of, well, it's three things. They were on vacation, so that would have been a heavy. That would have been a really heavy-handed reprogramming of the temple to do that. Didn't have time to do it. Plus, too many people were gone on vacation anyway. And the fact that people already had their temples built, so you would have grandfathered in like broken temples. You can't do that either. And you can't just turn around and delete people's temples. Like having temples get deleted for that would have been super unfair as well. So waiting to next league to do it is the fairest thing. Yup. Dude, look at those cold sparks coming out of my body.
No pain.
I think they should have a medallion card. We use the billions of gold to buy medallions. I don't know about that. I like the idea that the user had, if not making medallions tradable, the room card medallion should actually be a room card conversion medallion where you convert the card that shows up on the left into a medallion of your choice. So you can save it. So when you get your Spy Master and you're not even ready for it, you can actually just hold it back that way. That would also make temple, that's 3 ways that would make the temple much faster to make than what we currently have.
Ancient power. You have made a grave mistake.
So I think that's people's primary issue with the temple is it's too rewarding while also taking too much time to set up fully. Which those two things in combination make a lot of sense because the more time it takes to set something up, the more rewarding it should be. But it doesn't really make sense in the context of the overall game balance and the expectation of loot drops. So I feel like They have to do that. They have to make it both easier to set up, less time consuming, and less rewarding. They will have to go in that direction. There's no other direction they can go. And I just hope that they handle that with care, you know. Don't, God forbid they make the temple like obsolete or something. They effectively delete its value. That would really suck. They've been known to do that kind of thing before. Take a mechanic, it's overpowered, and then effectively delete it from existence. I mean, that's kind of what happened to Affliction League a little bit when they brought it back in. Kind of. The Wildwood was like so much less powerful that I mean, those of you in this chat, you know you're... I mean, I assume most of you in this chat are enjoying the league even still. We're all the minority here. To a certain extent. The people who agree with the idea of making it less rewarding, less time consuming, most of them are gone. They've already pieced out of the league. They're not even watching Twitch streams with Fury 2 anymore. I'm not talking about just like dad gamers. I mean like, you know, people who play the game hard. They just don't like the mechanic, how rewarding it is. Nice to see me streaming. How have I been? Pretty good, man. Pretty good. We got a test run going on here. Very, very important test run. Currently in the back half of Tier 2, or the front half of Tier 2 Alch Lab testing. You're going to get 20 temples out of the way today, I think. And then tomorrow we can do 20 Tier 3 Alch Lab temples. I'm not going to hit all of them with Tier 3 though. I'm only going to hit 4 out of 6. It should be fine. I mean, because that really introduces a lot of gold find into the equation, but I don't want to hit the point of no return on all my Alch Labs. 4 out of the 6 I can replace without like tearing my temple up like crazy. In case I need to. Have I tried No Rest for the Wicked? I'm gonna try the new co-op. No, I've not tried it. Yo, that's a lot of projectiles. What the fuck? Well, I sure as hell felt a lot safer this map, or this time than last time. I wonder if maybe the mods are just really easy though. Yeah, the mods are stupid easy. The only gain is extra is cold or chaos, which doesn't do anything. Ignited ground. Yeah, this map doesn't really count. It's like crazy easy. Temple. We'll have to wait and see what a real one feels like. Shrine Scepter. There is a level of Spied in a lot I've seen. I don't like this mechanic, so it shouldn't be rewarding. I just hope they bring mapping up this level of engagement with few divine sinks somewhere. People will always default to Mora. They always get me. There are a lot of people who play ARPGs, play this game, and anytime there is some sort of crazy, like wildly lucrative mechanic, they never say, oh, this mechanic's too good, too lucrative, we need to tone it down. They always say, we need to bring everything else up to this level. That's like always the default. Oh wow, we're back up to the top. 6 locks. Locking in. Self-sustaining. A lot of people keep queuing about the temple, haven't built a temple. I know, but they've seen the loot drop from one. They have seen the loot. Mapping does need to be brought up. Maybe a little bit, but I think the temple loot from the temple should be toned down way harder than mapping toned up. I mean, I already just said a minute ago, like, to me, not for how much time I had to put in this, but given, under the assumption that, like, if I had to put in, let's say, 30% of the time that I actually put in to make this temple, so instead of, like, I don't know, 100 hours, it's 30 hours, or instead of 50 hours, it's 15 hours, or instead of 30 hours, it's like 6 hours, whatever that is, to whatever extent you're building a temple. I would like to see the temples drop some. I would like to see the temple take something around 30% as much time to build, and drop about 15% as much loot as it's currently dropping. I feel like that would be a really nice middle ground that would make most people happy. That is to say, I'm getting a lot of enjoyment out of this insanity that it is now. But I mean, obviously this this can't continue. Like into next league after, they can't leave this as it is. It's just a pipe dream to think that they would, and I don't even think they should. I thought Affliction League was way too lucrative. I think this league is way too lucrative too, when trying to look at it objectively and for the health of the game in the long term. So I want the game to be good, for another 10 years or so. We can't have a temple dropping this much loot if we're going to do that. Because the truth is, mechanics will drop that much loot in 10 years from now, just from the inflationary cycle, natural inflationary effects of everything anyway. Like, that's already a given. We don't need to expedite the process. We can take our time a little bit, enjoy the process, enjoy the journey. $10, $20, $30, $40, $50, $69. Why is the number always 69? Why is that? That's a very low outcome for that rarity roll. 503. I don't know, guys. Starting to think maybe, average drop 63 divine orbs per temple. Did you get 2 more vertexes? How have I not dropped a headhunter yet? That's like really unlucky. I drop one, I think, every 4 or 5 maps usually. Really?
How can I help? Hello there.
Okay.
Hello there.
Hold that back a second. Oh, well, well. Oh, I just hit it random. Oh no, I ran out of the... Oh well, whatever. Ooh.
place of perpetual motion.
34% rarity. Here we got adds extra fire. It's still not very dangerous. Just one mod extra fire.
Back to the sword.
We decide there's no divine sync in the game.
You have made a grave mistake.
I don't really agree with that. I feel like divine orbs are the kind of thing that do get sunk pretty hard at the top end, but not like in the middle.
Pathetic idiot.
I mean, I put a lot of divine orbs into this thing. I also put a lot of divine orbs into this thing. Right here. I put quite a few divines into this here. And yeah, I put a few into this one as well. And this one too. This is also divined really, really well. Most of all this one. I've blown several hundred divine orbs. I've actually divined items several hundred times. I probably actually used the divine orb close to 1,000 times this league. I probably sunk about 1,000 divines into items. That's not even counting the divines I've used on, like, craftables.
Back to the sword. You will have slow for that.
What do the retention numbers show right now? This league must be weird as hell, the actual retention numbers. It's like simultaneously terrible, but also great retention.
Ancient power.
Very divided player base.
You reek of stupidity.
I don't know how that compares to like the curve though. I'm thinking like the curve, you know, the graph curve that shows retention league by league. Kind of wondering where this one maps up. How is the retention this league compared to last league? Because last league was considered a really great league, or the best PoE league, PoE 2 league so far. Average stage is divine for that, not to the min-max stage. Average. I mean, most players aren't using a divine orb for the crafting bench in PoE 1 either. That's still considered like a high-end crafting. With your eyes. Don't be weak. This build has a hidden modifier. It's called Culling Strike. It's got a Culling Strike player modifier. It calls out the noobs. All right. A noob can't watch this build or it hurts their eyes. You have to have a certain status as a gamer to handle the build like this, so you get called if you can't do it. I'm doing you guys a favor by showing it to you first. You can kind of get a sense if you can handle it or not. Could you get access to my filter, exclamation point filter from the Twitch chat? Command is there. There's a few divine orbs. Tink, 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 tink. Tink, 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 tink. Filter from the Twitch chat. Wow. Did I accidentally tap the voice recognition button on my phone or something? That's what that looks like. I need more glasses before this build. I do not have blue light filter glasses. Oh, you're right. Yeah, let's I mean, yeah, let's do a little fun thing. What is this up to now? 6,000? Isn't that enough to drop a mirror? Better, right? The OG. And now I can definitely see what's going on. I guess this is no MTX. Still looks as epic as ever. Use FTX. Can't do that while pausing the game, I guess. How would I tone down the effects? I mean, it would be kind of nice. Probably be smart. Is there a way to tone down all this stuff a little bit? I don't see any like particle effect. All I see is this white text box that's in with red writing. It says Divine Orb. Okay, that's all I see. I mean, it's very clear. The text is nice and clear and easy to see. Okay, that's the important thing. All the other stuff is just noise. No locks yet this run? Ooh. Premonition. I keep dropping alchemy orb medallions. The game knows I'm about to delete some of my alchemy labs.
I'm unable.
Undulating
In words of Snow, if you have to see a character when you're playing the game to dodge things, you're playing a bad build. Yeah. Yeah, probably definitely one of the most base things I ever said. For sure.
The world still holds
Like hashtag we are not playing the same game. Ooh.
challenge the gift of the text.
Might have a lockless temple. You keep looking for red stars because of my sound. Alright, you keep looking. I'm sure one of them, maybe one out of 100 is yours.
back to the soil.
Cook them dopamine receptors. Cook them good. I don't know what's gonna die I don't know what's gonna die first. Your dopamine receptor or your retina. It's basically a race between those two. Base farming? Are some of your bases tinks? You have tink exceptional bases? Why not both? Well, we're rushing. I think it's harder to see what the hell is going on. Little much.
Not Spain. No pain. The mighty.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun to me. All the micromanaging inventory and stash, merchant tab slots and stuff. Having to go in and out of the same temple multiple times to pull all the loot. Oh no, dude, really? Wait, now if I die, the temple's bricked. How long did it take me to finish the temple? You mean like build it? Actually, that might not have triggered him, even though that closed. I don't think that aggroed him. So even if I died, it wouldn't be sad. Bro, come on. Wait, now I gotta find out if it did that. Of course it did. Alright, we can't count this one. I was telling myself not to fucking do that, and I did it anyway.
Reveal your worth.
Twice now I've done that.
How can I help? Good luck.
Cast speed. Reliquary. What reliquary? What? Damn, I have to run some maps. And now we have to play the real game. Fine, I'll let my eyes rest a little bit.
I will not bow.
Damn. I feel like I got killed by Detonate Dead.
Back to the soil.
Be fast. For not a Deadeye. Oh, you asked about the amulet. This is for light radius, so we can see the League mechanic from further away. Less likely to run past it by accident. Yeah, everybody does this. Once you know, have a really good in-game build. That still only counts as one.
Meet the dreamer.
Dang, dude. Random maps dropping divine orbs. I didn't think that was possible. Maybe they don't need to buff loot in random maps. After all. Seems busted. Well, the problem is I need to at least have some, you know, leech and resistances. If I take off the ring, I'm just gonna, like, my character will just crumble. I won't have mana, I won't have res. I'm already, like, under res cap now. I'm cold. Dude, what? Oh, it's up there. Unfortunate. All that pathing. If I'd have just gone the other direction. I already tried the setup with gifts from above, and yeah, I would just die like all the time. And again, not have mana to cast. At the time, I was relying on life leech over there too, so that's been improved, I guess. Could have light radius there. I mean, I should have known it. It would have to spawn there or further back. So someday you wake up and kind of feel tired of grinding? Really? I don't grind all day every day though. I talked about this earlier. Like yesterday, I only ran like 10 temples or something. I was working on the build guide. I don't even think I ran 10. I think I probably only ran like 6 or 7. Gotta diversify the things you do in life. I think my build's good, but lacks AoE. True, Spark doesn't have any AoE. You're right. Spark has no AoE. Technically. Got him. Got him. Ow. Is it cast on Chris Spark? Yes, it is. It is. And I'm trying to scale spark damage more than anything else, to be fair. What's fracturing orbs worth, I wonder? So fracturing orbs still worth like 15 to 20. Divinis.
The mighty fall.
15. They did keep going down a little bit from what they were before. I win. And I got the cleansed zone. But now I'm going to go back. Do a few more macaronis. $35 div. Before I never saw him that high. What the hell? That's craziness. Lockdown, 2 locks currently.
New way forward. Arms for the monster. You have made a grave mistake.
Oh yeah. This map didn't give the mobs any defensive bonuses, I feel.
Back to the sea.
Morning,
Some stains never wash away.
6 p.m.
Open your eyes.
Or 13 a.m. Is that even morning? That's more like nighttime. It's not morning. Sun's not even up. Unless you're in like the southern hemisphere, maybe. You're like in Antarctica. I guess the sun would be up then. Well, then the sun's basically never coming up for you. Shit. Still gotta wait like 5 more hours. Morning from Florida. Oh, yeah. I bet it feels nice outside right now in Florida. In Igloo. Watch my stream in an igloo. Yeah, I feel like I'd have to be in that environment in order to actually, for the space heater to actually get out-competed by the harsh environment. 'Cause even now, like, I have to run the AC on. Antarctica would probably be like a perfect balance for the PC's heat exposure for this build. Got the heater on. Just boot up Path of Exile 2. That's your heater. That's my heater. Isla's Desire, okay. Nifty one. Streaming community Antarctica. I mean, there will be one of these days. When the whole world is warmed up so much that Antarctica is the only place cool enough to support computer temps. I think that's actually why, that's actually the real reason why the US is going to buy Greenland. So we'll have a place to go whenever the Earth warms up too much to live in the US anymore. Hello. That's a strange looking lock medallion. You love these mini freezes. I'm just role playing the monsters because they're getting frozen all the time too. Yo, we're gonna have problems if I don't drop a lock on this temple. Gonna have problems. Still no?
The vow of many voices.
Ooh. 3 more left. 3 more Spy Masters left. Beer and Lock, Hinacore Lock, they're just the normal sounds.
The vow of many unseen.
Everything's a tank. Some tanks are better than others. Oh, lock. Nice. Got one.
No mana.
The vow.
Bro has dropped more diva than I've got to drop this season in one temple. And it was easy. I just had to put in about 100 hours of temple building. Nah, I like Diva better. Diva!
The mighty fall.
You get another lock? Yes! Sustaining! I might get a third one at some point. Alright, I got 2. I'm holding it down. I'm holding it down. Need to remember not to walk into the architect's room. For frick's sake.
You reek of stupidity. No consequence.
Architect forced destabilization? I mean, he destabilized a bunch of rooms and may respawn in a different place. I do not know this item. Apparently I don't need to know this item.
Do not spend. I feel no pain.
Hey dude, you're going the wrong way. Yet you can't get lightning warp to work. I'm trying to get cast on crit arc, acquire, and spark going. Is that like a normal build? Isn't that like a temporalis build or something? Yeah, I'd be over awesome. What the hell? I've never seen that item before, and I just dropped a second one.
You reek of stupidity!
40x. So that's like less than a divine, right?
Reveal your worth.
One-fifth of a divine? And it takes up a 2x3 of my stash. Bro, third lock off the Smithy. The Smithy delivers.
Meet the dreamer.
Think about next league going Infernalist. Reverse Ignite, reverse Chill. Same time. Twister, of course. Could be my next new big thing.
I need mana.
Especially if they bring in something reverse shock. I can already do reverse shock, actually. I'm always Twister. Well, you know. Sometimes you gotta go with your strengths. I see it as the best build archetype in the game, so especially as long as it's gonna be as unpopular as it is, I'm just gonna keep playing it. Making it popular? I mean, relatively speaking, not to the extent that I feel like it probably should be popular. Okay. Slam that. No, I mean, I think this should probably be meta. Not this version of Twister, just Twister in general. It's so good early. It's so good leveling. It's so good on a low budget. It's like unbelievably good on a low budget with like just cheap uniques like Wake of Destruction, Call the Brotherhood. Really good on several ascendancies, including like Amazon, Deadeye, Ritualist, Invoker. It would even be good on Titan, Lich, Witch Hunter because of the weapon set points. 100 weapon set points. So many different ways to build it. I finally got a real, you know, sanctioned guide. Well, I guess it's not really sanctioned yet, but the Mobalytics guide will be... I think that'll actually get a lot of traffic to it. And whatever I work in next league. I might actually just play Deadeye again next league and play it safe. Especially if I see they nerf like the Lich prog speed stuff and reverse chill stuff. Or maybe you can do Deadeye reverse chill. Actually, can Deadeyes do reverse chill? That would be really fast. Deadeye with called shots, Sniper's Mark, Combat Frenzy, especially like the egg amulet. That's actually a lot of DPS even against bosses. Both locked. Close. Lock them down. 10, 20, 30, 40, 58. That's a low number. 8. Little low. Oh shit. No. Dang it, hit the wrong thing. Just hit life cost efficiency. Maybe it's still worth a little bit. Well, wait a minute. Yeah. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. 9 div. Well, that's a little bit, alright. Plus, I got good roll on life. That's suitable.
Go on.
Yeah, that's the only reason I slammed it. I mean, I don't really make much currency because that orb costs like 9 div now. You know? I really only have 5 vertexes. Looks like Vertex and Wrathpith are the same drop rate.
These stones obey old magics. The mighty fall. You reek of stupidity. Need more mana.
90 div. 90 div. Dude, 90 div is like a base now. I paid 120 div for a ring base. Just had like a 1 in 4. Just to like try and fracture it because they had like 4 good mods on it. Could have finished it fast. Do we have Wealthy Exile for PoE 2 yet? Anybody know?
A grave mistake.
Because I need it in my life. The Chemist Boots eye level 82 are worth 6 div. Yeah, I looked up the Chemist Boots eye level 82 2-socketed clean. It was like hundreds of divines. There were like 6 of them on trade.
Perhaps you will be looking at this.
Actually, it might have been a mirror just for the base. I can't even remember. What's 2-socketed version? It was something stupid. Expensive. Yo. Okay. Oh shit. I hadn't died yet since putting in that leech node, I don't think.
The vow have many on the
Ting, 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 ting. Ooh, gold ring. What's the result? We got overlay ahead. I haven't ran the other side of the test yet, so I don't know. I don't know yet.
Cursed one.
we have to, you know, actually do the test. I'm doing 20 temples of each.
The mighty fall.
We're not gonna know today, unfortunately. Temple runs take a little while. I've actually never ever ran tier 3. So we're obviously starting with tier 2, and if tier 3 is better, then well, I'll just keep tier 3 on. Won't have to change anything. It'll be nice. Oh yeah. Treasure vault. Spy Master gave me treasure vault? What? Wow, that was a crazy shroud walk.
No challenge before.
The mighty fall.
Miss the days in ARPGs when there was a market for selling unidentified rares. Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. You could sell unidentified rares. Anybody remember that? That shit was goated. Like unidentified rare Archon helmet. Holy. Yeah, I didn't care about real money auction house, but auction house in general was kind of nice. Do you think GGG will fix these unkiteable Amanamu monsters which won't move out of the light? What now? Are these monsters in my temple somewhere? Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest. I didn't know there was a problem with that. I haven't ran anything like that. Oh, is it one of those things? Yeah, unequipped headhunter. Abyss buggy?
Misguided fool.
And when has Abyss ever not been buggy?
No challenge before.
Probably more buggy than this temple still. I mean, the temple can't be that buggy when it's dropping this much loot, you know what I'm saying? Hold up. I haven't got a single lock yet. Something's gotta give. Where my locks, man?
Ancient power. Meet the dreamer.
The vow of many ones.
Nice. Worth the sneak. Do the classic 2 rooms in a row locks. You think we'll get corrupted currencies? I mean, you're basically asking, do I think... Wait, are you asking if we're gonna get, like, tainted currencies? Or... if I think the League mechanic's going core, because... yeah, I suspect the Val corruptions... double corruption mechanic's probably gonna be core. Should probably increase the success rate of the double corruption a little bit. So what is it, like 10%? How many temple runs does it take for a Spy Master Room card to show up? 42. It takes 42. Waiting for influence mods. What? I don't miss that at all. What, like Siege of the Atlas or whatever it is?
You have made
The ultimate answer to all questions. Yeah, it is. That's why I gave him the answer.
no consequence.
Refracture revealed desecrated mod. We're already revealed? I assume you can. Obviously, you want to abuse the fracture to get a 1 out of 3 chance, not 1 out of 4 unrevealed still. Not sure why you go for revealed fracture mod. I'm seeing I'm poisoning on hit. I always poison and bleed on hit. The headhunter buffs.
Do not spend. No mana.
Hey Snow, do you think lightning arrow rod combo is ever going to be good again, or is it just nuked forever? I'm sorry, is it bad currently? Thought it was still a pretty overpowered combo. Isn't it like strong? I mean, you know, relative to some other random combo? I mean, I'm sure Twister's better because they just keep buffing it instead of nerfing it. So.
Flaming throne. I feel no pain.
Whistleback. Whistlebore. Wow. So valuable. Oh my god. No, stop it. Stop it. I mean, I would say why play bows when you can play spears? You know?
You have made a great mistake. The mighty fall. I demand adherence.
I wonder if maybe they nerfed salvo support next league. I can see something like that. Ting 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 ting. Too soon. So do you guys check out my mobalytics guide now? YouTube description, Twitch command. Anybody have any feedback on it? I mean, tons of people have been asking for it. Basically done. Uh-oh.
You defile this place.
That leech though. That leech though. Headhunter still. Can Tabula Rasa corrupt into anything good? Where's our +1 skills body armor corruption?
You defile this place.
Oh yeah, it's on its Series Splendor. Ah. I mean, I drop one like every map. You know, every temple. Well, you're not doing some high juice temples if you're not seeing it. You'd be reminded right away. Holy. Smithy Lock strikes again.
The mighty fall. You belong to us. It's all easy. I need mana.
Yeah. Sir? Sir? Oh.
I need mana.
And a siphoner on the door, man. Oh my god, is this a second one? No.
No mana.
There's smoke in here. What in the world? Oh, I haven't. Oh, what? Where'd this guy come from? Is he like. Somebody got shoved out in the last floor? He got booted into here?
You reek of stupidity.
Right on track to get 69 Divine Orbs this one. Just need 7 more. You think if I donated 69 Divine Orbs to its series, she'd let me see her cinematic one more time?
You have made a great mistake. You have made a great mistake. Square. The mighty fall.
I'm kind of curious, like, who does the voice acting for its Siri? I wonder if she's like really hot in real life. It might look like, probably looks nothing like its Siri at all.
Hey. Hello.
That'd be crazy though. Or she looks exactly like her. Man, have some mana on your mana. Here, have some mana on your mana. You have some more mana with your mana. Int. You have even more mana. Cold damage. Accuracy.
Hello. 5.
64 divine orbs. I'm unworthy.
Hello there. 5.
I'm guessing everybody that works, just about everybody that works on like voice acting and stuff are from New Zealand. The crazy restrictive laws they have. Dang, there's a lot of divine orbs. We've now done 10 temples. And 561 plus 64 is 625. 62 and a half divine orbs per temple. I mean, that's alright. That's alright. Pretty alright. Pretty alright. Right. Not bad. Not bad.
A new way forward.
Holy, what the hell? Leech saved me.
You have made a great mistake.
Got this time. 86% rare.
The mighty fall.
Alright, here's what I don't understand. You guys see this number? It says 3,827% increased number of rare monsters. Apparently that number is not getting any diminished return. Not sure why. Like, every other number gets diminished returns, but not that one. So, we would actually be dropping, like, a lot less loot, I think, if that was received. Because, according to, like, the application, the GitHub application, that number is supposed to be, like, 1,200, not 3,800. It would definitely drop way less loot. Headhunter has been found. Every time I drop a headhunter, it's like garbage rolls. There's so many ways to make currency. You don't necessarily have to set up a temple. Look at what the ritual omens are going for. Look at what those desecrated currencies are going for. Freaking ancient jawbones, like 55 divine orbs or something. I just realized, you know, if I want to change this desecrated mod over to flat cold, that's gonna, I better stockpile like 1,000 divine orbs before I try to do that. This is basically gonna be like 80 divines per attempt or something. Holy shit, dude. But, of course, Temple is the most lucrative, especially when you factor in the super occasional mirror and lock drop. And you factor those in. No contest, I'd say.
You challenge the test of the test.
Maybe tier 3 labs are better. I don't know, man. I've only been doing tier 2 labs. Last night I had a few runs where I was in the 90s and I topped out. I have not ran all that many temples with this setup and the tier 3 golem works here. Which for me is tier 3 golem works since I have this here. Wait, for some retarded reason I haven't leveled this thing yet. I forgot to do that. What the hell? Oh my god. Forgot to level this. I wonder if my construct number is so low. I thought that number was lower than it was supposed to be. Yeah, anyway, last night or the night before, I had a temple where I dropped 100 divines, tier 2 alchs. It was like 70% area rarity or something. But with the tier 3 golem works there. That tier 3 golem works makes a big difference if that's there or not. I mean, that's like adding 10 additional divine orbs to whatever I normally get. Like at least like 10 to 15.
Perhaps you will be a worthy actor.
Player rarity? Yeah. So I have almost... I mean, it wasn't until yesterday that I'm even playing with the current player rarity. I have been running with like 105% player rarity, and now I have 168. 68, I thought it was 170. All right, well, 168.
Challenge
Double divine. Yeah, it's a big difference. Yeah, I got something like 30% more currency once I made that big jump there.
the vow have many
Oh yeah, more destabilize. Looks like we're well on our way to our cap. Second headhunter in the same temple. It's the first time this has happened to me. It's still early too. Could get a third one. Two for two. This one. Yeah, there's a big diminished return past 150. At least that's what like Farham tested last league. That might not apply so much to the craziness of this content though. I don't know. Like maybe when your monster and area rarity numbers and stuff are so high, the player rarity diminished returns curve is perhaps a little different. I don't know. I'm sure in principle it still applies, you know, it's fairly harsh diminished returns. Do I use light radius? Yeah. I use the helmeted neck, so I got like 80%, 90%, 90%-ish light radius. I can't use rings, it'll almost brick my build if I do that.
Perhaps you will be a worthy actor.
The mighty fall. Not yet. No mana.
Aww. Got my third unique heavy belt, but it wasn't a headhunter. Oh, man.
Perhaps you will be able to not do so.
Dude, what the fuck?
I cannot.
I'm getting trolled right now? Oh. What? Damn, mob's gonna leak in through the door.
Cursed one. The mighty fall.
The vow move on.
Where? No. Wow, dude. Back on top. Max lock count secured. I haven't had to go any lower than 2 locks on standby. Will we ever get tired of the tinks? By the time you get tired of the tinks, it'll be time for a new league, and the tinks will be gone then. All gone. And you will quickly lament that time when the tinks were plentiful. And you say to yourself, why? Why did I quit the league early? Why didn't I play it longer? I didn't know how good I had it at the time. Yeah, who's ready to farm some more breach in pt1? Drops no loot. All strats crippled. Like Blight was the only thing. And it's just crazy laggy, so
Challenge with this context.
so bad. And even then it's like your tinks are scarabs, not currency anyway. You're not even farming currency, you're farming scarabs. Who wants to be a scarab farmer? Oh my god. I need 7 max. 7 max. I can't pick it up. Guys, feels bad. The second time now. Overcapped locks. Dude, Breach Hive. Oh yeah, Breach Hive. Wow. That was such a bad league mechanic, dude. It's kind of fun to kill those mobs. It was like unbelievably non-rewarding. Obviously they got the limb idea from that. They basically make the same league mechanic in pt1. The transfigured limbs is just, you know, an offshoot of like the breach limb, like breach hands. It's like their creativity just extends over to the other idea. Like, you know, that's basically the same idea. They're like, oh, what a cool idea. We can have like this attached limb on your body. And like, oh wait, you know, in pt1 we could do that too with like breach hands. Oh, you know, that's the conversation that's happening in the dev office, I'm sure. Poggers. Valborn unique. Yeah. It's a Valborn unique. Oh my god, you guys know what's a great idea? Val specific uniques. Oh dude, we can do that in PoE1 too. It's called Valborn uniques with breach. Ooh. See? Here. And you can see all this, like, the implementation's like really scuffed in PoE1. Like, thematically, it's just like really wonky. But like in PoE2, it's a little bit cleaner, like lore-wise, of existing this way. There's no doubt in my mind that they come out with an idea. The core idea, in terms of the creativity idea, it's presented to PoE2, the idea for a league or new mechanic. And then what they do is they're like, okay, that's a good idea. Now let's figure out a way to beta test this in PoE1 first. And so they come out a way to like shoehorn it in PoE1 beta testing initially.
A sacrifice.
And that's how they do it. They're like, well, let's see, we could remake. We're thinking about remaking Breach, so why don't we do that? And let's see if we can somehow transfer this limb mechanic over to the Breach. I know, we'll put we'll just attach random Breach hands to people's backs, you know. Like, I was like, all right, whatever. And it was like, well, how are we going to test this Val-specific mechanic where we assign specific mods that get, you know, transformed into other mods, but only for those specific items. Like, we'll just try to do it somehow with like these Breach uniques, I guess, and maybe we'll call it something different. Call it Valborn or whatever. And like, it's so obvious. It's just like randomly thrown in there to PoE1 first as a beta test. That way, their cool and crisp idea in PoE2 can be, you know, refined and beta tested that over here, so that less, you know, whatever. What the heck, dude? I'm so tired of running back here. The freaking boss has his back turned to me the whole time. PoE1 is used as a free playtest when PoE2 is the beta product. Yeah, that's how they... Well, you know, they don't have enough beta testers. They need us to do it for them. It's their cool and creative way to... Yeah, I mean, in that way it kind of makes sense, right? The free-to-play game is actually the real beta. It's the actual real beta, yeah. So it's not really backwards, guys. It's not that they're charging for the beta and that the real game is free. It's actually the real game. The beta is free and the real game is not the beta, but not the early access, but the PoE2, which is essentially out already. Everything's just labeled opposite of what the reality is. Oh god. Better get that cast off. Alright, there we go.
No pain.
Yeah. On. Thank God to run back. Alright, that must have been an actual one-shot. I can't get my herd hunter buffs going. Nice. You just literally just can't outrun this mana siphoner. Okay. Maybe I'm good again. Guys, when's the next Exile Con gonna be?
I feel no pain.
When are they doing the next Exile Con? Good announcement for PoE 3? PoE 3? Too soon? Oh.
Reek of stupidity.
Oh yeah, double headhunter. I could still drop a third one in the back half. Watch me get a whole bunch of smithy locks again.
Mr. Dreamer. Need some mana. I need mana. To define this place.
Delayed Divine Orb. Divine Orb came out of nowhere. How Spark trigger the elemental ailment? I'm newbie, just started 0.4. How Spark? Spark is inside the elemental ailment cast on gem. Twister is proccing it. Twister is the catalyst for which all the procs take place. Elemental Expression is also proccing. And Whirling Slash. So that reminds me, what is the proc rate on this? Crit rate. Chance 72. Chance 93. Chance 100. Damn. Crit chance is basically 100% on these. Badass. I guess it would be. Wait! No. Helicopter madness. What? That hurts.
The mighty fall.
New timeless jewel better than the one before with area and spell crit. Timeless jewel. Oh, yeah, I think so because we can get a twister breakpoint with the passives instead. And I'm kind of short on crit damage anyway. So I can still have pretty good skill effect duration, so I went for that too. Double. Delay divine, do it. Delay divine. Do. Nope.
Back to the sword.
What happened, dude? What? 3 headhunters in 1 temple. Oh my god. I've never even dropped 2 in 1 temple. I just dropped 3 in 1 temple. It's not even tier 3 alchemy labs. What? I'm told you get more uniques with tier 3 alchemy lab.
You have made a great mistake.
Okay. 3 headhunters then. Dang, dude, that's like 15 divines total. Whoa, I'm so rich. One of these things are worth nothing. Is this one at least 2 charms? Yay, it's not 1 charm. Finally dropped 1. 2 charms. This game's easy.
Made a great mistake.
What do you got? 168. A measly 168. I know, it's pretty weak. Pretty weak sauce.
You reek of stupidity.
Oh, I was gonna say, dude. What is that one? The Vagian. Second to last room. 4th one. Can't even drop a Vertex helmet. That one's actually worth something. Alright. Oh my god. That'll be a clip though. What the hell? Double corrupt, what? Crazy talk. How has it been 6 hours? Time freaking flies when you're playing this game like this. It's been 6 hours? That's insane. Insane. Alright, we're closed temple. Boop. Boop.
Speak.
Halfway decently rolled. $10, $20, $30, $40, $50, $60. 2. Damn, even with that much rarity, I couldn't get 70 something. 62 again. 87. Huh. Okay.
Sold it. Hail.
Go on. Yes.
Thinking how I want to do this. I'm actually not going to get 20 maps done. Taking too long. Today, I could go like dinner and maybe come back after dinner. Might do that.
You are lost. The mighty fall. I'm unable.
Is that the best temple layout possible? I'm copying the Fub Gun one. I believe it is the best one. I did a pretty strict comparison between that and Sakaiba one originally. Is where I pulled it from.
I cannot.
I made a video on it. TLDR is one generator, one golem works with an extra golem works is better than 2 golem works with an extra generator. Whether you have the extra or don't, in both cases, it's better. And then my layout reduces the smithy count by 2. Get better rooms. Assuming you agree the smithy room is not very good, not a very good room. It doesn't actually buff the temple at all. Monsters.
Another wellspring.
Definitely harder to build, I'd say, though.
Ooh, beautiful, but deadly.
What is an Alch temple?
I cannot.
Oh, that's referring to the choice between Tier 2 Alchemy Lab versus Tier 3 Alchemy Lab. So, like, a moderate amount of rarity versus a high amount of rarity and gold find. I'm comparing the results on that. See what what happens when I put even more rarity in, but introduce gold find. Is that like, if that's just like a net positive on all categories of relevant loot, or is it like a positive for some of it, negative for others? Seven divine. Before this new patch. You mean before hotfix 13 or after? I thought people were dropping like 200 divines before hotfix 13. I'm not running my temple completed. When I have the extra golem works down, I get like 80 to 90 divines. I even had a temple yesterday. I had 100 drop. So I am missing a tier 3 golem works. I'm not running it because that's easier to hold and sustain for testing purposes, even though it's less loot overall. It's surprisingly less loot without that golem works there. I've had very little trouble sustaining two, but I mean that also relies on getting the occasional lock medallion from not Spymaster rooms. I mean, if I had to guess, I would say only maybe 75% of total lock medallions I get are from Spymaster rooms. The Smithy Forges drop them quite a bit, and the Legion Barracks. Smithy Forge and Legion Barracks. Because they drop like non-weighted high-tier medallions, and you know that is one of like 9 different high-tier medallions. So. Hey, goat. Calling me a goat? Bam. Did you make a video on crafting spear for weapon set 1? We just followed the theory of your spear crafting from last session. No, not exactly. You want top end craft? Dude, this is what I'm working on. I've been sitting on this for a while. So I mean, it looks something like this, but like prefixes are going to be super annoying to do. I'm actually whittling for crit chance in this right now. Yeah. So, but like the cheaper version's easier, way easier. You just well, especially if you get like +4 or +5 proj magic, you can just tier 2 essence attack speed in. And then like prefixes don't really matter, but you can desecrate in the special prefix mod. Do I have a map layout? Yeah. That layout, I believe, is the best temple layout in the game right now. I've asked anybody to come along and present one they think is better, more. I should qualify as this the most min-max temple of all, because maybe better is you know the ease of creating it or whatever. But if we throw like the time and annoyance of building the temple out the window, I think that's the best one. You don't like the one spear Belton made? I mean, the spear I'm going for is very niche. There's no way that he made a spear that's going to be what I'm looking for. How much longer did it take to build your temple versus non-Russian temple? I don't have an exact number of temples that it took, but it would be somewhere around probably 140 temple rounds to complete it from scratch. 120 plus, between 100 and 150 temples to complete it from like, that's assuming you already had the architect in position, but like only that, and everything else was like nothing. I don't think I got particularly good RNG rebuilding it. Unicoil locks and FPS. I don't know the answer to that with that Siri thing. I guess you have to put down the special room. I don't want to kill the architect because even if he moves one spot over, that's going to be super problematic. I don't even want to risk it. If I catch wind of a strategy where somebody figures out how to do that safely, I would maybe include killing her in my runs, but for the time being, no. But yeah, yesterday I was running my temple and I was actually sustaining the third golem works for like 10 temples or so, and I definitely averaged at least 80 divines during that on tier 2 alks. It was probably between 80 and 85 divines. My high number was, I had a couple of them were in the 90s. My high number was 100. And my low number was probably like 60. Granted, I can't always sustain that extra golem works, but that was the one and only time I've got to see what kind of currency I make with that golem works active and having 170-ish% rarity. Because up until yesterday, I've just been running with 110% rarity. Ninja. I have no idea what kind of currency you do in groups. You could get into stat priorities and what we don't want on the spear and we don't want on a spear, a little in the description. Talking about the spear craft, yeah. That's a good idea to talk about the spear. I don't know about stat priority. I did comment on stat priority on all of those. Stat priority is kind of depends on what stats you have and at what stage of the game you're at too. It's kind of a little different. Kind of why my description of that changed a little bit on each round. Thanks for looking at the guide, though.
Good news for you.
Fire damage not desirable. No, I mean, it doesn't matter that much. That's only like if you're like super min-maxing or something.
Carthage flaring. It's getting stronger.
Not yet.
Finish it. Back to the sword.
Like, only now would I actually, you know, if I got a tier 1 flat fire roll or something on my spear, I'd be kind of like, oh shit, I gotta roll battle. And on the weapons at 1 spear, I wouldn't even care what the damage roll is, really. Kind of a luxury to even have damage on that.
Have an order?
What are these items? Everyone looking at builds like that should know how to set up defenses, really? Think so, huh? I got somebody I can talk to. You can give me suggestions. It's literally on the screen. Yeah.
Obey old magics.
Alright, another temple.
You reek of stupidity. Need more mana. The mighty fall.
I forgot to upgrade the Shrine of Empowerment, ironically. Everything else is max tier except all of the Alch labs.
Fate is on us.
Some stains never wash away.
Rite of passage in a temple? No, I don't think so. Isn't that a Asmiri spirit mechanic? Has anybody ever tried like farming Rite of Passage?
Made a grave
I wonder how lucrative it might be. What if it's like the actual best strat in the game?
consequence. More mana.
What if like unironically it's the best strategy? Most lucrative strat. The Rite of Passage chase. Reliquary key? Oh my god. Okay, dude. Okay, dude.
The vow many also.
Perfect exalts? Yeah, I'm tracking those two. Even greater exalts. Not on the overlay, but... The big ones will be like Vertex, Wrathpith, Headhunter. Even like Grand Projects, Visions, all that stuff. Abyss, Precursor. Divine Orb, Perfect Chaos, Greater Chaos, Perfect Exalt. All of it. Still not time to upgrade that.
The vow
Right, right. Well, the text on the screen is the only one people care about right now. Already on gears 168 for this test. A reasonably high number, I think. La. Not even a spy master. Not even a spy master.
Have many
The double. I dropped a 3-socketed Marohi Urki yesterday. Looks like it's worth a lot of divines. But it probably doesn't actually sell.
challenge.
There was only like 4 on the market. So I think that's an actual like exceptional tier 0 drop. Pretty sure. Get my first and only ever. Dude, imagine dropping an exceptional 2-socketed Vertex helmet. Oh my god.
I'm unable.
I'm actually gonna look that up. I wonder what that's worth. God damn. Almost 300 div. You don't even need to hit +4 on it. Dude, I wonder what a +4 3-socketed Vertex is. Holy. That'll be my chase.
You challenge.
Chance omen it from 2-socketed base. Yeah, I've never chance omened anything in my life.
No one backs me.
Oh, you mean, well, okay, like, the omen, is, I guess it's guaranteed, huh? Well, if it's guaranteed, then it's gonna price that way. I got lucky with a mirror drop yet? Nope. I can't drop bases in here, I'm not base farming. That would be the ultimate base drop, though. Clean 2-socketed tribal mask. Exceptional tribal mask.
You challenge.
I need mana.
Negative rare? No, no, this is... No, I'm a positive rarity farmer. I'm just saying if that would be one way to get a bunch of currency off of negative rarity farming. That'd be like probably the ultimate chase drop for negative rarity. I guess. That'd have to be worth at least like 200 div. Unless the omen's worth more than 100 div, I don't know what the omen's worth. Is there a build guide for this build? There is. There is now. You're on YouTube, check the description of the stream. Wrathpith? That requires a Val. Really. Val Corruption to give like higher crit and or higher spell damage, and to not remove the other versions of that. So basically like a quad roll on crit and or damage per mana and or life. I think that's the big hit, like hundreds of divines. And I think you want to remove the, you also want to remove the line that makes it cost, to spells cost extra life or something. Have you tested
Many unseen.
if you can break roads? You can't break roads. No, pathway cannot be broken. Like you can't sacrifice. It's yeah. That it's part of the path mechanic is that it can't be. You can't delete a path in the middle without it being able to connect otherwise.
The vow many unseen.
You can sack a pathway. You can sack a pathway if the pathway still connects front and center. I'm not aware of you being able to sack a pathway where there's no path, where it's like it just completely isolates a pathway. It doesn't connect to the starting location anymore.
The vow many unseen.
Off the Y Diggity Docks in here again. What up, my guy? Just missed it. I dropped 3 headhunters in my last temple. 3 of them. Too easy. Oh! He's all up locks again. Again, both of these locks dropped from Legion Barracks. Neither of them dropped from Spy Masters. 3 headhunters? Yeah. Hell yeah, I'm serious. I saved the clip. We'll have the clip on the YouTube channel later. In a couple days. Yeah, I went like 10 temples without dropping a headhunter, and then I dropped 3 in temple number 11. That's RNG for you. But we dropped a lock in temple 1 too. A Hinekora lock. Yeah. Already got my Hinekora lock. Second one of the league. Oh wait, that reminds me. I gotta up the number on this. Huh. There we go. It's too bad that it doesn't show up. I dropped both of them on stream, so I got proof. How long do you think it would take my now Staff Core to reach half of what you're doing here? Are you a god gamer or are you a noob? That's the question, because it makes a difference. Both? Oh, like a mixed bag? Yeah, in your case, huh?
Solar rage.
Ah. You gotta learn how to make a temple from scratch, too. You can be slamming your head against the wall on that one. I don't know if you like it. Well, leveling will be easy. All too easy on the temple. It's really about building the temple. I don't know, man. Probably 2 weeks if you played every day. Play every day, like 8 hours a day. 2 weeks, maybe. Just trying to be honest. So if you play 4 hours a day, it'd be 4 weeks. And honestly saves you a lot of time. Wait, no. Hold on. You said doing half of what I'm doing, not doing the same thing. All right. Okay. Well, if you just try to do half of what I'm doing, it's a little different. So you could do the ethical temple. I would have you do the ethical temple, not the unethical. Yeah. Just have you do the ethical temple. All right. So, maybe 1 week of 8 hours a day. 'Cause you still have to kind of learn the temple. I got a good layout though for you. Ethical. Like if you already knew how to do it, it'd be like 4 or 5 days probably. But if you don't know, you are still just like level like 50 or something. You do gotta like level some. No! Oh wait, that is the right room. What's the difference between ethical? In this context, it refers to the using special tech like Spy Master Russian tech and to, you know, connect like spy masters together like this. You gotta do, there's a workaround for it. It's unethical. It takes longer. It's borderline exploitative, but I mean they're not banning anybody for it. So clever use of game mechanics, etc., etc.
No pain.
Ethical refers to the intended design of the temple, where, you know, you would have to have an armory between every spy master link. You would have to have you wouldn't be able to put anything after a locus of corruption or corruption chamber, but instead I have thaumaturges after him anyway. You wouldn't be able to have golem work smithy. You can't do that either. Would you place the architect before you start building? Oh yeah, definitely. If you've already got like part of your spy master chain done, I would keep working on that, and then like you basically either get it done completely ahead of time, or you try to get like 2/3 or 3/4 of your spy master chain done, and then place him, because you're gonna have to have extra locks to do that. You're gonna have to, like, you know, lock it down every time you kill the spy master or kill the architect. And you honestly need to lock down a secondary path too, so that it doesn't get removed before the architect spawns. And then the only space that has 4 empty slots is the front center one. And even then, it doesn't necessarily put them where it should. I had that situation. I had like almost all of my spy master chain done, and I kept trying to move him, and it was the only open spot on 4 angles, and it took me like 6 kills to get him to actually move there. It was super infuriating. So it's not like he's just automatically gonna go there either. Every single other potential location you could spawn required him to spawn on a rune path or the road path, and he just kept doing it over and over again. It's like, dude, stop, what are you doing? Why would they ban people? GGG has a history of banning people who do, like, allegedly exploitative things. They define exploit by... I mean, I don't know their technical definition of what constitutes an exploit, but another... I dropped 3 locks in this temple, none of them from spy masters. You know what I mean? Like, what? I only need 2. So I don't know, like, I'm trying to imagine what would Chris Wilson say? What constitutes exploitative? Exhibiting behavior in a particular game mechanic that is clearly working against its intended design, where the player knowingly, you know, performs actions that are not intended, and it's, you know, the euphemism of that is clever use of game mechanics, and Yeah, the other is like just full-blown exploit. There's different levels of this. It depends on how bad the exploit is. It depends on how obvious the exploit is. Like, the more obvious it is, the more likely you are to get banned. The more negatively impacting the economy it is, the more likely you are to get banned. The fewer people who are in on it, the more likely you are to get banned. So there's gonna be a lot of factors like that. One of the most recent examples of people getting banned for exploiting in pt1 was the divination card farming on Atoll or whatever. Or no, they were farming on like, what map were they farming? They were farming the cemetery card. There was a new scarab mechanic that made, or new divination card mechanics made certain divination cards exclusive to the maps, and then they were like rigging their scarab setup and map setup and like scryed setup all in alignment so that they were only able to drop like the highest tier card. Oh yeah, they were running like low tier maps too. That was the big thing. They were running low tier maps that forced only like the most valuable card out of the selection of cards that should have dropped to drop in there. And there was no way in hell they could have done that without knowing exactly what they were doing. And it's pretty obviously not working as intended because it like kind of reshaped the economy. They made multiple mirrors. There's screenshots of this. They were kind of laughing about it in Reddit, and you know, it's just really bad image. Not fair for the other players, and I mean, they're like fourth lock. There's you could try to make a case for them being like, well, you know, it's GGG's fault for letting that get through. It's not the player's fault for figuring out the clever use of the game. But, and I'm kind of sympathetic to that, right? I think, you know, if the developers let something slip, it's on them. It's not really on the players. Like, the players, the purpose of a player is to figure out every possible way that they can take advantage of the game systems for themselves. I mean, that's literally what playing a game is. So it is on the, I mean, I think it's entirely on the responsibility of the developers to make sure that doesn't happen. It requires a lot of testing and stuff. They don't have time for that. But their stance is, you know, more like, while yes, it would be a good idea if we could, as developers, catch every single bug and potential exploit before it goes out. That's not possible, and because it's not possible, we're going to have to take a different stance on it, which is banning people who are egregiously exploiting, to try to, you know, make for a deterrent, so that in the inevitable situation where there's a future league somewhere, somebody finds a bug that's exploitative, they would rather the people report the bug and not actually participate in it, rather than keep it secret and actually just like take maximal advantage of it. They're going to be too scared to try and do it behind the scenes because for fear of getting their account banned. And they have extra leverage in this regard too, because they, you know, a lot of the smartest, most advantageously inclined players are the ones who also invest the most real-life money into the game through not pay to win, but in terms of just like MTX, they support the company the most. So a lot of players like this will have accounts that have, you know, hundreds of dollars invested in an account. They take pride in all the MTX and stuff they have invested in the account. And if you get banned on that account, all of that shit's gone. It's gone forever. So it's another reason why you don't want to get banned. It's not just like, oh darn, you know, AAA game. Oh darn, I got banned. I guess I'll pay another, you know, $70 to buy the game again. Like that would be the case for like Diablo or something. Or Diablo 3 back in the day. Instead, it's like, oh shit, my $2,000 account worth of MTX just got obliterated. You know, they hear stories about that, and they're like, maybe that's not worth risking. That's what happened to Empyrean Gaming during Ultimate. Yeah, I heard about that. I just started playing back then, so I didn't really know. 10, 20, 30, 40, 52. Not a good map. Not a good map. That was a bad one. $7.39.
Speak.
And I was yapping there. Your yaps a lot. What is this? Invasion. Nah, dude, if I hit...
Go on.
Imagine if I hit, like, all attributes and spirit. Holy. The fact that you can get hundreds of divines and dozens of tier zeros from one zone should give you pause for thought. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure the first person who completed our temple and was dropping the loot they were dropping was probably like, am I gonna get banned for this? Even though they were not doing anything wrong. I mean, it would have ramped up too, because it's not like they would have had nothing, no temple, and then a complete temple suddenly. But
A place in perpetual motion.
I should get a level up token first.
I cannot.
Whoa! Wow! Wow! No, level up. Do it. Do it. No! Oh, that's right. The jimmying the ultimatum thing getting in and out of the thing. They were like killing extra monsters per round or something. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I remember that league in like doing like Nemesis 3 and stuff. Ultimatum, that was like the one and only time that ultimatum monsters actually dropped a considerable amount of loot. And after that, fun was over. They nerfed that shit. No more loot for you. Guy's like capoeiraing out here. What the hell? There's so many exploding fire involved. Why? Damage. Weak there. Weak sauce. Deeps. They drop. So annoying when Divine Orb drops behind you in the previous room. You can't go back. You guys know what I mean? Like, especially with double Divine. You gotta like, you have to like remember to go back and grab it after you clear the room. Having to progress backwards. Seriously, so annoying. Can I get a 1-up token, please? Scares me now is the next league. Right now, people are printing massive amounts of currency. Next league would be crazy in all sorts of ways. No, next league is gonna be. Next league is gonna be. Everybody's gonna have to come to terms with Jesus. We're gonna have a revitalization. What's that Christian term when there's a? What is it when everybody like comes back to Jesus? What is it? Revival? I think it's called a revival or something like that, right? Is that what it is? It's called revival, right? In that culture. Gonna be a revival of the vision. Everybody's gonna come to terms with it. No, it's not repent. The term I'm thinking of is whenever, like, lukewarm Christians have a moment, like, in mass where they're like, suddenly it seems like everybody and everyone is like excited about Christ again or something, and they call it like a revival, and then they have like a sort of going away thing where they go away or out somewhere to they go somewhere like almost like a field trip or something, and they spend like a weekend there, and you know, they're singing hymns and reading verses and congregating and stuff, and it's like super high energy, all this stuff. What is that called? I think it's called revival. It is revival, right? I grew up like non-denominational Christian. I used to know these terms. I can't remember them. Oh, you guys don't know shit, dude. Where are all my Christians at in chat? What, do y'all not got Christ or something? Y'all not got Christ? Where's young Wydock? And he knows. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. I think it's called revival. Yes, a Christian revival, according to AI, is a period of intense spiritual awakening and renewal within the church, characterized by a deep return to fervent faith, repentance from sin, and renewed passion for God, often leading to widespread conversations and cultural impact. And where like everybody like comes together and, you know, event. No.
You reek of stupidity.
Well, I mean, a super obvious example of this was like the Charlie Kirk funeral. I don't know if those of you know about that. Like, that was like probably the most extreme example of this in several generations. For those of you who were paying attention to that whole thing went down there. I mean, that was a special circumstance, obviously, but...
You reek of stupidity. You have made a great mistake. I need mana.
What's the rarity number here? 23. 23. I noticed this guy had the biggest hat of them all. The guy in the tier 3 sacrificial chamber, he has the biggest hat and the longest feathers on his head. He must be like the head thaumaturgus. All those other thaumaturgs guys are imitators. He's the real guy. The leader of them all. See, like this guy's hat's not as big. How do you do the Russian tech in the corner? Once you get here, it's garrison, armory, garrison. Or sorry, what? Sorry, rather, once you get here, it's armory, garrison, spy master, garrison, spy master at the same time. And then preferably a garrison here, that way you only need to lock this one down. And or sacrifice card that armory. It's the hardest part of the tech because you basically have to do 2 spy masters at once. You want to save your medallion, especially like if you have a medallion, you want to save it for that, the secondary one. So you like hold right here until you get a spy master show up. Like basically you have garrison, armory, you have armory, garrison, and if you have a whole bunch of stuff in the middle, quite often these will survive. And so you're basically just waiting for one spy master to show up. You slam it there, you slam your medallion here too, and then especially if you have like a garrison medallion or another garrison show up, you slam it here all at once. That's how you get around, get through that.
Back to the soil.
If you don't have a spy master medallion, then it's extra hard because you kind of have to like, well, so you'll have this one down, and then you can garrison this one. You just hold until you... In that case, you quite often have like armory garrison medallions, but no spy master medallions. So you're like holding till you see a spy master. And you throw your armory garrison down with the spy master, and then, you know, that's quite often how that goes instead. If you don't have the spy master medallion, it's way easier if you garrison in the corner. I don't really understand how it's easier. If you garrison in the corner, this garrison is completely trapped. But this would hold while you're waiting, and then you would still... Because you can't put the armory here, so you'd have to put the armory off of the garrison that would be here. It'd be armory... The problem is you can't even do armory garrison spy master because that would connect to this one and transform it. You'd have to like go way the hell out here. You'd have to like go way off. Out in the open, require extra pieces. I don't really know how it's better. Unless I'm missing something. It's not very bad if you have a halfway decent selection of medallions on standby. I don't know what American sandwich is. I think I heard about that once, but I don't actually know what that is. I was gonna let it go loose and go for 6 locks before I would start.
You challenge the best of the best.
Locks don't matter very much on a fresh board. Your like a spy master medallion would be way more valuable. Like best in slot medallions to start a temple would be like triple spy master, double garrison, single armory or something like that. And even then, like, it wouldn't make that much difference because you would really want those for the corner anyway. Well, to be fair, if you're actually just starting it immediately in a corner, then it's nice, but like if you're doing the layout I'm doing, then yeah, my advice is just never, always try to hold at least one spy master medallion back for the corners. There's 2 corners. If you have 2 Spy Master medallions, it's really good. Like the first time I built the temple, I remember there was one corner I had 2 Spy Master medallions. I got through it like super easy.
Many
But usually 1 is fine. And it's like really tempting to blow that 1 medallion you have in the first part of the corner, but you shouldn't. You should do it on the second part while you hold for it to show up. Unless you have also an armory and a garrison medallion with it. Like if you have like a Spy Master armory and garrison medallion, well then okay. Then, you know, like I said, you need to have some half decent selection of medallions to get through that double setup. What are we doing? Where is my guy? Where's my guy? What? Up here? Worth it. If you do your temple with no tech, how many divs would you get? Oh, I'm estimating like 70% of the loot, maybe. It'd probably be between like... I can't imagine it'd be any less than half, or any more than like 3/4. It's probably somewhere between half and 3/4 of the loot. What do you guys think?
perhaps you really don't want to act this.
Well, I mean, we probably have some data or anecdotes of people having like full, fleshed out, really well designed ethical temples, and how many divs are they dropping per temple? $25? That's less than half. Well, what's your player rarity though? And do you actually have like a super well designed temple, or do you just have like kind of just threw it together? Like when you say like no tech, I'm still imagining like a min-maxed no tech temple. Okay, well that's still not min-max, because that's gonna have like 1 or 2 extra empty rooms, because he didn't have his on the center, he had it off to the side. Wouldn't be that huge. Bub Gun's old temple no tech. That also still had a, I think that was a corner architect spot. There probably almost isn't anybody. There's probably nobody who has an architect in this spot who isn't also using tech, because like this was like the final revelation of best place to put the architect. So somebody who put it here was probably, you know, was going more all in about their approach to the temple. They're not gonna try to move him to that spot and then not use a bunch of tech. Because the people who do like no tech temples are doing it with a random architect position quite often. Yeah, yeah. It almost feels like the architect really doesn't want to go in that spot either. Like it might be, maybe there's maybe he's like resistant to that spot. I don't know. That's just me. Probably not. It's probably completely random.
Not yet.
Yeah, I was stuck in purgatory too for a long time. A lot of people were during my streams wondering if I'd ever get a temple done. But here we are. We've made it to the big leagues. We're gonna be here for, we're gonna be in the AAA for a while. If you know what I mean. I ain't retiring anytime soon. Got mirrors to drop. Multiple. I don't know how many I'm gonna drop, but I gotta drop more than Cute Dog this league. So I guess 4 at least, or has he dropped a 4th already?
The vows have many unseen.
No mana.
Huzzah! Oh my god. Dude, I could have sustained that third one this whole time. Almost every temple, I'm dropping one or more locks more than I need to sustain two. This is crazy. I just keep spamming locks. I makes me feel bad. I'm missing out. Who've got per div, etc. I mean, I don't. I can just show you my pilfering ring. It's like 6,000 or something. 6,435. Yeah, it's just a pilfering ring. Flicker or Twister. Wait, Flicker Strike? Is that a popular build right now? Who's doing Flicker Strike?
Perhaps you will be a worthy adversary.
There were a lot of people who were sad when I switched over from 0.1 from Flicker Strike to Twister. If they'd come out with Hollow Palm, actually, honestly though, if they'd come out with Hollow Palm in 0.2 instead of 0.3, I probably would have never played Twister. I would have forever been a monk gang. Like a true monk gang, you know, with monk skills. I'm monk gang right now, but I'm an imposter. A monk gang playing Amazon skills.
The vow.
Commander's effectiveness? Commanders mostly increase the monsters' effectiveness. And fourth lock twice in a row. Oh my god. Yeah, the commanders increase the loot a fair bit. I think the Golem Works chain does more than they do, though. Overall.
You reek of stupidity!
Got in him. I feel
My filter. Yeah, I got a filter link in the description of the stream. YouTube. As well as several other links.
do not spend.
Everything but my only exiles link.
The mighty fall!
Got in him.
Boom. Could it be? Could it be? Nope.
Fury of the vow.
How did that room drop nothing? What in the world? Garbage map. This map sucks. I only drop a double divine every couple of rooms. Whew.
Got in him.
Lucky loot.
No pain.
It's gonna be a massive detox next league. I can tell you that much.
I feel no pain.
Commander dropped a commander medallion. Fitting. A Smithy dropped a Smithy medallion earlier too. Damn, this iteration of the build is cancer to the eyes. Not my fault. I didn't make the game. I'm thinking I should probably like tone down the graphics on it though, if I can. What's the next class possible? My cool creative idea is Infernalist, Reverse Chill, and Reverse Ignite at the same time.
The mighty fall.
Twister. Reverse Chill, Reverse Ignite, Twister. Trinity. Reverse Chill, Reverse Ignite, Trinity, Twister. That'd be crazy. Could be crazy. Crazy. I feel like that temple went by pretty fast. $10, $20, $30, $40, $50, $60. Really? On that terrible map, I still up 60? Okay, weird. Weird game. Weird game. It's
How
dead.
can I help?
Dead.
Good luck. How can I help? Until next time.
2 spell skills.
Hello.
What? I think I'm gonna call it there. Why ignite? It's apparently 50% more crit multiplier. Evidently. I've always loved the idea of a triple reverse elemental ailment build. I've never seen it done in PoE1. Right now there's zero incentive to do reverse shock, but it's actually super easy to do that because you just use overcharge support. And you have reverse shock. But like, those gloves give you reverse everything. So, like it's there available. Easy. Yeah, I wanted to do 20 of these, but it just takes too long. I mean, it's like really late for dinner. It's like 9 p.m. dinner. Seven-hour stream. I guess so. I guess we'll spend 3 days on this, not 2. Fans since the Flickr era? Alright, that's cool. Thanks for sticking around. I promised last time I was on 2 days ago that the following day, yesterday, I would be working really hard on a Mobalytics guide to get that up and running. It's still a work in progress, but it's... I mean, the bulk of the work's definitely done. There's some issues with integration with like the unique jewels and unconnected allocated passive points and stuff I can't show. I kind of make comments on it, but fundamentally speaking, this guide is done. Just need to work on it a little more, I think. I don't know. I hope you guys like it. I hope you get value out of it. Finally getting it off of just Path of Building. Maybe you don't care anymore, but still get people asking about it all the time. Oh yeah, the Val corrupted uniques don't have... I can't populate the... like, I can't tell it to show up +4 all skill vertex, for example. But it has a vertex in there on the late in game. What was it called? We don't know yet. We're in the middle of the test. I'm doing 20 tier 2 versus 20 tier 3, and I only completed 14 tier 2 right now. Probably by the end of the stream tomorrow, we'll have a decent idea of it, because I will have gotten into some of the tier 3 farming. Good ascendancy for the Tech Up Twister. Well, I recommend Deadeye the most. Deadeye is so good at the beginning on a low budget. And Deadeye is the best one against bosses, also. Unless, I mean, especially if you are wanting to automate a mark. I think the Deadeye with, especially with Serpent Egg Amulet, like if you League start Deadeye Twister and you have Wake of Destruction, Call the Brotherhood, Tangle Tongue, and Serpent's Egg Amulet, I mean, that 4 unique package is so unbelievably good. For all content, for like your bossing damage would be really high for Tangle Tongue with that, because you would actually have like a pretty high Forensic Charge. You'd be getting 3 Forensic Charges instead of 2 each time you get them. To me, that's kind of like the classic super strong low budget League start Twister build. All arounder, not just trash and stuff, but bosses and everything. It's hard to compete with that. Now, you know, once you get into like higher budget territory, then maybe it's a little bit more up in the air. But Deadeye would still be very good. It's still probably, I think Deadeye would probably take the crown on bossing DPS at any threshold of gear, I would assume. What's the difference between Deadeye and Amazon? Amazon, I feel like Amazon is worse than Deadeye in every category except in the very, very beginning. When you, like, your gear is so bad you don't have any flat damage on it, you have, like, garbage crit, but you're trying to transition to crit. Everything, so, like, everything leading up to... Well, actually, Deadeye is better than Amazon because of Tailwind initially and, like, the campaign leveling, but, yeah, for that short period of time where you're trying to, like, get through the Atlas progression, get into endgame, make the transition to crit, Amazon can make that transition smoother, a lot smoother than Deadeye. But then immediately following that, once you get like the uniques in place, and especially once you start doing bosses and stuff, Deadeye will just shit on Amazon after that. Unless there's something I'm missing with the Amazon tech. It's been a while since I looked at it. I always liked the Amazon for its synergies with accuracy stacking, but accuracy stacking is basically dead. Cousin, the question, no, I haven't come to a conclusion. You see the overlay right now? I've not even tested Tier 3 yet, unfortunately. It's taking a little longer than I thought. We're going to get into it tomorrow, and I'm going to stream 3 days in a row here, like 100%. We'll stream tomorrow, another long streaming day. It'll be like, you know, 3 back-to-back 8-hour streaming days. More or less. Well, the last one will be longer, I guess. There's 7 hours this time. Yeah, stay tuned. We'll figure it out. Are you able to sustain 3 locks? I definitely did today. I have gone on a 10 temple run straight, completely sustaining that 3rd Golem Works, but I'm not using it in this test run. I'm gimping myself by not putting the Golem Works here ever for the apples to apples comparison, because I know I can sustain, you know, 95% of the time, I know I can sustain 2 locks with this temple. So for the sake of the test, apples to apples, I'm not so concerned about Did I average 60? Did I average 70? Did I average 80? That doesn't matter to me on this test. What matters is the difference, the percentage difference between the two. So we'll make it as... I say that, but I am still using like waystone modifiers, to be fair. But anyway, we're saving the higher end juicing stuff later. Off stream, I said this the other day. Yesterday, for the first time, I did... You know, higher benchmark rarity, player rarity, 168%, as opposed to 100, 110. And I had a run of 10 or more temples with the tier 3 Golem Works here. And I averaged something like 90. 80 to 90. I had a temple run, this exact temple setup with the tier 3 Golem Works here. I had, my best temple was 100 on the dot, 100 Divine Orbs dropped in it. I had a couple that were in the 90s. I had several that were in the 80s, you know, some in the 70s. And I definitely averaged over 80 div with tier 2 alchemy labs on that 10 temple run where I had the tier 3 Golem Works in here every single time. So I was pretty impressed with that. I had ran some like that, but with 100% player rarity. I never hit anywhere near like 90 doing that. I think my high before was like 84 or something with the lower rarity number, player rarity number. And I was kind of averaging like 70 at best. At best, I was averaging around 70 with the Golem Works there. So going from like 100% rarity to 170% rarity, player rarity, was like, you know, 20% more currency maybe? Something like that, I would guess. Tracking area rarity from mods too. No, I'm not like tracking it, but I assume that in 20 maps of each, it'll be fairly regulated. I have not seen its setup where I can farm its here. Let me know in the Discord what that is, though. Can you explain why your temple is better? I already did in a video. I compared it to the meta temple. It's in the YouTube video. I devoted like 6 minutes of time explaining what it was. The TLDR is, I have a permanent generator, which is better than a permanent second Golem Works. And this is supposed to be level 3, not level 2. And then I have 2 fewer smithies in that layout. That's the big one. They get more valuable rooms. Fundamentally, it's fundamentally the same otherwise. There's some weird differences like no ABA pattern difference through the sacrificial chamber to get off of the pattern. So I mean the layout is different, but I mean, in terms of like when I talk about min-maxing temple, I don't care about like what the route is. That doesn't matter. What matters is, well, you know, you're comparing 2 snakes versus 2 snakes. So if you're comparing 2 snakes versus 2 snakes, the route does not matter. You know, the number of empty slots matters. The number of, you know, having that 1 extra slot, same thing there. And it's just like the option for high value rooms. You know, that's it. How many high value rooms? You can make changes here. Like, you don't have to have the exact set. You can have 1 extra Spy Master. You can have 1 less Thaumaturge, 1 less Alchemy Lab. You could have more Alchemy Labs. You could do different things, but you know, it's just you look at the layout and see where the valuable rooms are and what it takes to, you know, you kind of look for the pitfalls of the layout where there's certain places where you might seem like, oh, it's like, for example, if both of your outbound snakes are Golem Works, well, one of the issues there is that it requires a smithy to get out of that. So you require 2 smithies to get out of that, whereas, you know, I require a Thaumaturge to get out of that. A Thaumaturge is more valuable than a smithy. Everybody knows that. Like, smithy doesn't give any bonuses to the mobs, but Thaumaturge does. It's not the most valuable room in the world, but it is valuable, and especially if you're going high on corruption chambers, which I am. There's some choices that I made that are different. Like I go higher on corruption chambers and thaumaturges and that's kind of a personal choice. Can't really argue whether that's for sure better or not, but you know, you can objectively look at some factors and how the layout's set up, and you can objectify the layout to some extent, and yeah, it's better in those measures alone. You don't even have to get into like personal choice of room types. The space is start. This is for a third snake. You can't close this off. You know, this spot would either be a third snake legit, or you know, it's just smarter because of the way the game is set up in the lock drop rate that you only have 2 main snakes and you have just 1 bonus room here, and that arguably the very best thing you can do with a bonus room now is, well, the setup is going to require a generator and 2 golem orcs. That's the absolute best 3-room combo off of the initial path. For a hot second there, I was wondering if maybe I could do a second path and do an extra golem orcs, but that's stupid. It's gonna be harder to sustain. I can sustain 4 that way almost ever. So yeah, I definitely believe the absolute best room straight off of the path is 2 golem orcs and 1 generator. You have to have the generator there, otherwise you can't get the golem orcs to tier 3. Generator golem orcs is objectively better than double golem orcs anyway. Not just because of the smithy outbound requiring the smithy, but also because the construct effectiveness will be higher in either case, whether you're comparing a tier 3 generator versus a tier 2 extra one, or you're comparing a tier 2 generator or a tier 3 generator versus no generator versus, you know, double tier 2 golem orcs versus tier 1 or tier 3 golem orcs. 1 tier 3 golem orcs is better than 2 tier 2 golem orcs anyway, because they're the exact same number but also worse on the diminished returns because you have extra golem orcs to getting the same numbers. So that's why the absolute best layout would almost certainly have to be an outbound generator snake and an outbound stone golem orc snake with an extra golem orcs. It almost has to be that in order to be like actual best in slot temple setup. Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing what I average with the tier 3. I've never ran tier 3 alchemy labs, and I've certainly never ran tier 3 alchemy labs with the golem works with a high area rarity roll. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what that. I have a feeling, based on what I'm hearing from other people, I have a feeling that if I have like a map that spawns with 50% area rarity or higher, with the tier 3 golem works here and all tier 3 alchemy labs, I have a feeling that averages over 100 divines per temple. That's that criteria. Might even average 100 divines per temple random player area rarity, which would average out to like 40, probably 40 or maybe 50. We'll have to see. I gotta get through this test. I gotta go. I gotta get some dinner. Yeah, you guys come back and check it out. I am nowhere near done with this league. I'm gonna be doing it for like, you know, another month solid. I worked so hard on theory crafting the temple because I knew I would get that longevity out of it. I feel like this is not really any less exciting than Affliction League when it was going down. In a lot of ways, I like the temple mechanic more than the wildwood mechanic. And you guys know I love the wildwood mechanic. Like, I got way into that too. But I think the temple mechanic is... I mean, it's different. I feel like it's more interesting because of how hard you can scale it. I love the scaling degree of like time investment versus reward for that investment. It's so extreme, this league. It's the most extreme I've ever seen before. And so, you know, of course I love that. Did you theory craft any temple setup for including a tier as well? And I don't know the actual mechanics for that. Wildwood mechanic was 2 RNG. Yeah, it was. Yeah, the worst thing about the Wildwood mechanic is it was so outrageously strong that in order to min-max it, and I proved this with runs that I was showing, in order to min-max it, even if you were excellent at it, like you get screwed over with the colors anyway. You get screwed over with like the layout, with having like walls in between the star pattern, with crazy walls. You get screwed over with lack of refills. You get screwed over with, you know, only spawning purple and yellow. You know, there's no way to like even a computer with flawless execution would still failed like to get a decent Wildwood like almost half the time. And so in order to min-max that mechanic, you had to literally go into a map, blow a whole bunch of currency to invest in a map, like turn it unidentified, use all the sextants for it, maximum pack size, go into the Wildwood, spend like 3 minutes there. Oh crap, it's a bad Wildwood. Exit map. Plug in another map. You're not even running it. I mean, that would be the equivalent of like, this can't happen because we need locks, really, but it would be the equivalent of like opening a temple and looking, oh, my area rarity roll is shit. All right, exit temple, spawn it again. Yeah, but you can't actually do that because it's locks. It's kind of funny. But just imagine a world where that was a thing. Instead of having to run it because of locks, you had to invest like, I don't know, 50 divines. Imagine instead of the lock mechanic, you just had to throw 50 divines at the temple to open it. It would be like that. It would be like, okay, you put your 50 divines into the temple, you open it, oh, 22% area ready. Screw that. Walk out, throw it another, dump another 50 div into it. It just feels kind of lame, you know? That's what that was like. Yeah, it was so outrageously strong, you would literally abandon the map. Especially if you were good at it, because you knew that, like, if you spawned a good Wildwood, you could do it. You could get it. You could get to, like, a 10k juice, at least, like, 8k juice, and I remember I averaged, like, 6,500. I did, like, 100 temples and I tried really hard to do the best possible job I could on every single run, and I averaged, like, 6,500 or 7,000, 65 to 700,000. And a lot of that was just slamming maps with huge pack size, too, because pack size mattered a lot. People knew that from Legacy of Frisia as well. Wildwood Legacy of Frisia, getting like 20,000 juice maps. Just from the pack size. Map hacks? Okay, I didn't do map hacks. No. No. Okay, let's get a raid out. Milky is playing Torchlight. Where are the pt1 players, dude? What the fuck? So many Torchlight Andes up in here. Ponyhoff. 623 views. We're going to raid Asmodeus. That's been a while. Asmodeus doing some intense league start testing. Interesting. I don't know what he's doing. Wait, he's got such a long name. I can't even verify the name. Asmodeus was like... there was a time when Asmodeus was actually my literal favorite streamer. When I first started streaming. I loved his videos. I haven't seen that much of his content lately, but I never did understand why he didn't have more viewers. I always felt like he should have way more viewers than he has. But anyway, we're going to raid him on Twitch, and he's a fountain of knowledge. I actually don't know how... I didn't even realize he was playing pt2, so I might ask him. But really cool guy. So we're going to go over there. If you're on YouTube, that means we're signing off. Thank you for checking out the stream, of course. Just want to see who won the battle today. Who won the battle? Where's more viewers? Who got more viewers? Who won, YouTube or Twitch? I think YouTube's gonna pull ahead. YouTube's gonna pull ahead like PoE2 pulls ahead of PoE1 slowly over time. Oh, whoa! YouTube lost big time. YouTube only has half the viewers. Twitch. All right, Twitch, you guys are on your A game today. And YouTube, try again next time. We'll see you guys tomorrow.